Chapter 2655. This time, Ben Senlu didn't bring many experts with him to the 10th domain. This time, for revenge, he had to go back and find someone else. This would take quite a long time. But because he brought too many people last time, after they went back, the news of the Mother Nest naturally spread. The Mother Nest, in the entire God realm, was an amazing opportunity. After this news spread, it attracted many people's attention. As for the details of that battle, it was obvious that people were digging up little by little. Chi Wei and the others also heard this news at the first moment. Ben Senlu's attention had been diverted, and Sina and the others had also returned. On the day they received the news, the four of them gathered together again. Xin Lin said solemnly, "I dare say that father definitely didn't give Yi Qian a person. Not to mention 4 level 6 experts, he didn't even send a god envoy." Chi Wei and the others glanced at Xin Lin but didn't say anything. A god? Why wouldn't he send an expert to protect his daughter? If father had given it to Yi Qianren, mother would definitely have known and would have told me immediately. Xin Lin said with certainty, but he didn't, not even one. Also, after the last trial, Yi Qian didn't go back. They were still silent, using silence to express their true thoughts. Xin Lin said unwillingly, "If he gave Yi Qian, why didn't he give it to me? I'm also his daughter, shouldn't he treat me the same?" The entire God realm knew that the Tower Battle God doted on the 6th holy daughter, but until now, he had never given her a guard. This seemed to be a contradiction to begin with. But after this incident with Ben Senlu, everyone felt relieved. Naturally, he didn't give it to her on the surface, but there were experts secretly following her. Everyone's silence made Xin Lin feel very wronged. "You should believe me, father definitely didn't give it to Yi Qian. Even if he gave it to her and not me, think about it, with her stubborn personality, would she want it?" Xin Lin looked at Chi Wei. "You know her very well, do you think she would want it?" Chi Wei shook his head, "Definitely not." Hearing this, Xin Lin immediately smiled. "That's right, she definitely wouldn't want it, so those 4 level 6 experts weren't sent to her by father, they were her own. But why was she at level 6? The answer is obvious. Sina, she stole all of your gains." When Sina heard this, he looked at Xin Lin in a daze. "That works too?" Xavier's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't utter a single word. Yang Wei was also speechless. He thought to himself, "Isn't this line of thought jumping a little too quickly? I've always been suspicious of her. Why was it that she didn't suffer any losses in the last trial, but others did? Aside from that damned skeleton, there must be those rank 6 that Sina lost helping her." Xin Lin clenched her teeth and said, "So, we were played. Sina, we should work together with Benson Ryu and attack her city." The 3 of them looked at each other and were stunned on the spot. They thought in their hearts that they should never offend a woman in the future, especially a vengeful woman like Xin Lin. Ben Senlu's departure gave Zi Chen and the others enough time to refine the Mother Nest. Clearly, the most important thing now was to increase their strength. Everything else could wait. Wuji and Craftsman Ancestor had both reached level 6, so the 2 of them were comprehending shield intent. Perhaps they weren't proficient in swords and sabers, so this kind of attack was dispensable. However, defense was indispensable. Wang. The light of energy trembled. Zi Chen's true body and divine avatar were comprehending at the same time. His body released an intense light. His soul was undergoing a drastic change at this moment. When the others sensed this aura, they all looked at Zi Chen. Is he going to reach level 5? His soul was rapidly transforming. At the same time, a power was forming around his body. This world was also undergoing new changes due to the advancement of his soul. Tyrant looked at Zi Chen and his face lit up. There's still time. It seems there's still a chance to break through to level 6. Not long after, Tyrant and the others also broke through. There was bound to be a great battle. Everyone wanted to reach level 6 as soon as possible. This was their first battle in the divine realm. Naturally, they had to win beautifully. Ben Senlu brought back a group of level 6 divine realm experts. This was also the ability of a son of God. However, he didn't bring a single divine general. This was the consensus of the divine realm. After all, The enemies of the divine realm were creatures from another dimension, not the divine realm itself. Being able to bring a group of level 6 divine realm experts was already an amazing feat because there were many people in the divine realm, and most of them focused on developing their own forces. Under normal circumstances, a level 4 divine realm expert would have accumulated enough opportunities to exchange for a city of his own. He would then become a city lord and develop his own forces. Under normal circumstances, level 6 divine realm experts were already doing well in other places. Therefore, existences of this level wouldn't listen to others' orders unless it was absolutely necessary. For example, many of the people brought by Ben Senlu had their own cities. However, there were also some who didn't. These people were specially nurtured by the gods. Their goal was to strengthen themselves. All of their gains were used to strengthen themselves and not to develop their forces. In the realm of the gods, there were many such lone wolves. In this way, even though they were weak, they would be free and unrestrained. There would be no worries, and they would be free. Soon, the 4 sons of God met up. Then, Ben Senlu realized that other than the level 6 divine general, each of them brought a level 7 divine general. Divine realm experts had a total of 9 levels. Every time they advanced, their battle strength would increase greatly. The difficulty would also increase. Under normal circumstances, each level was a different level of difficulty. It could be said that reaching level 6 was easy, but reaching level 7 was very difficult. This was also why those divine realm experts were only level 6, and why the mother nest they obtained this time was also level 6. Adding up the people from the 4 sides, there were more than 50 level 6 divine realm experts. This was a terrifying number no matter where it was. Obviously, Ben Senlu was really angry this time. Other than that, there were also more than 100 lower level existences. However, compared to so many level 6 divine realm experts, these existences were obviously not many. Therefore, Ben Senlu signaled for all the divine realm experts to go. As a result, the number of people immediately exceeded 1,000. With such a large group gathered, the momentum was obviously great. However, Ben Senlu was still not satisfied. He went to look for Ye Wei. After seeing Ye Wei, he directly said, "Bring all your people and go do something for me." Ye Wei clearly understood what Ben Senlu wanted to do, but he did not say anything else. He immediately gathered his people. It was obviously impossible to bring everyone. Before that, he had to ensure that the city could operate normally. "Where are the other 3? Seeing only Ye Wei's group, Ben Senlu said unhappily. "Do we owe you something?" A cold voice rang out. Sina and the other 2 walked over. Fan Li glanced at them and transmitted, "Young master, they are all clones." Clones were clearly here to join in the fun. Ben Senlu laughed disdainfully, then signaled for the group to move forward. The group of over 1,000 divine realm experts began to move forward. Next, when the other divine realm experts heard the news, they all hurried over, following behind Ben Senlu and the others. In a short time, the number of people here had reached thousands. With such a terrifying group moving forward, the creatures from the alternate dimensions could only wait for death. Very quickly, at high speed, they moved forward 100,000 miles and arrived at Yi Qianluo City. However, they did not see Yi Qian's city. Why not? Were they scared away? Sina's group of 3, following behind him, asked in surprise. "That's impossible. They must have gone deeper." Looking at the disappearing city, Ye Wei smiled. "There's a good show coming up. I believe that more than half of the people Ben Senlu brought will have to go back the way they came." "What do you mean?" "They can put the city anywhere they want, but they can't go as they please. Just watch. Soon, there will be a group of people who will have to go back." Since Ye Wei could guess that Yi Qian and the others had gone deep, Ben Senlu obviously could as well. Thus, he led the group forward. There were many people in the group, but no matter how many there were, they could not compare to the creatures from the alternate dimensions. As they moved forward, the creatures from the alternate dimensions grew stronger. In the end, the ones who appeared were comparable to first-level divine realm experts. Ben Senlu obviously would not stop. Thus, when they went deeper, a group of people in the group would be left behind. They would either continue to fight here, or they would choose to go back. The group of thousands had lost 70% of its members. The remaining people were all second level and above. But against a group of first level creatures, they would have a hard time. Wei had already instructed his people to go back. During this time, they did not suffer any losses. As for the others, they had encountered danger. There was also a small interlude. For example, if someone encountered danger and shouted for help, they would be given contribution points to trade. After being rescued, the contribution points would be transferred to the other party. Very quickly, they went a few 100,000 kilometers and encountered second-level creatures from the alternate dimensions. At this point, more than 70% of the group had left. The fourth-level Wei and the other 3 third-level Divine Realm experts, along with the clones of Sina and the other 2, followed far behind. By now, the people who had come to watch the show had all left. In front of them, Ben Senlu's group of 4 had less than 100 people left. But among them, there were more than 50 sixth-level Divine Realm experts. These were the true experts of the group. Yi Qian couldn't have really run away, right? Just as Sina and the others were puzzled, after going a few thousand kilometers deeper, they finally saw a glowing city. Around the city, there were not many creatures from the alternate dimensions. It's here. Chapter 2656. Since they had found the place, the next step would be the battle. Divine light swirled as Ben Senlu flew forward under the escort of a group of level 6 experts. This time, he didn't try to force his way into the city. Instead, he stood in the sky outside the city and shouted, "Yi Qian, come out." At this moment, other than Ben Senlu and the level 6 experts, the others were killing the creatures from the alternate space that were charging at them. Those who could make it here were all experts. The weakest was at level 4, and there were very few level 3 experts. Wei and the rest stood far behind, looking forward. They wanted to know how Yi Qian would face so many level 6 experts. Light flashed in front of them, and Yi Qian and the rest appeared one after another. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them emitted the aura of a level 6 divine envoy. Obviously, they had all broken through to the other half of the mother nest. Xin Lin looked at Yi Qian, who was surrounded by divine light, with a cold glint in her eyes. "Yi Qian, I'll say the same thing. Hand over the mother nest and tell me who ordered you to do it. Then, get out of this city. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, only death awaits you." Ben Senlu said coldly. Yi Qian didn't respond. Zichen stepped forward and said, "I remember I told you last time. Don't blame us for being impolite the next time you come. It seems like you didn't learn your lesson." Ben Senlu laughed sarcastically, "With just you trash? Open your eyes wide and see how many people I brought here today. It doesn't matter how many." Zichen wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Tyrant. "Why are you wasting your breath with him? Just go ahead and fight. A mere level 4 expert can be easily killed by Lord Zeng," Tyrant said proudly. Then, he took the shield and rushed forward alone. "Kill him." Ben Senlu waved his hand, and several level 6 experts rushed forward from behind. As they rushed forward, they displayed their powerful attacks. Dazzling and powerful divine light appeared in the sky, and a terrifying divine aura descended in an instant. Seeing these people coming, Tyrant laughed and blocked in front of him with his shield. The shield was surrounded by light, and runes flashed. Boom! Their attacks landed on the shield and created an extremely strong vibration. The powerful divine light rolled back and knocked away the nearby level 6 warriors. "Is that all you have?" Tyrant smiled proudly as he continued to charge forward with his shield. "It's your shield." In the rear, Sina looked at the shield in Tyrant's hand and said. Wei nodded. Not only did he recognize the shield, but he also saw that the shield had become complete. "Why is this shield so strong? Didn't you say that there was nothing special about it?" Sina asked. Wei said, "This thing originally belonged to them. Now that it can display such a strong defensive power, it should be related to their own strength. In other words, that shield doesn't recognize the power of the gods. If that's the case, won't we suffer a loss?" Xin Lin seemed very dissatisfied. It can't be considered a loss. In our hands, it is indeed a waste. Losing a piece of trash to us in exchange for half of the mother nest, allowing us to quickly reach level 6. Why not? Although they agreed with Yang Wei's opinion, the three of them couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, this matter was better than Yi Qian. After Tyrant rashly charged into the crowd, Zi Chen and the others in the rear were forced to act. His true body didn't appear. His doppelganger held the changed stone knife and charged forward. Craftsman Ancestor and Wuji were the first to attack. Next, Zhong Haotian, Mo Ape, and the others also attacked. There was no doubt that in this battle, except for Zi Chen and Yi Qian, who were from the God Clan, everyone else was from the Life Star. In the city, when Toby and the others saw this scene outside the city, their faces were filled with shock. Craftsman Ancestor was incomparably powerful. He could fight 4 level 6 divine envoys alone. Wuji used his doppelganger. 2 Wujis also blocked several level 6 warriors. Qing Enyu followed beside Wuji. Her battle prowess couldn't be underestimated. Mo Ape was next. Black Demon Ancestor's power flowed around his body. He held a black staff with flashing runes in his hand and constantly swung it. He hadn't comprehended any techniques yet, so he could only rely on his level 6 brute force. One had to admit that Ben Senlu and the others had arrived too early. If they had arrived a little later and all of them had comprehended techniques of this level, then everyone's battle prowess would have been greatly improved. At that time, these level 6 warriors might not be enough to deal with them. But now, these level 6 warriors still brought a lot of pressure to the group. The monk charged forward recklessly. Wherever he passed, all those who tried to attack him were sent flying. Don't attack the shield. Attack him, Ben Senlu shouted from behind. Hearing this, some of the level 6 warriors charged forward while the others circled behind Tyrant and attacked. Tyrant released the shield with both hands. Buddhist light swirled around his body, forming a light shield. Runes flowed on the light shield. This was the strongest defense. After the strongest defense appeared, the light shield floating above suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the other level 6 divine envoys were already attacking. Bang! Tyrant opened his mouth from within the light shield. His voice was loud and clear, like a great bell. Buddhist light swirled around his body. He had a smile on his face, full of compassion, like a Buddha. This was the first sound of the 6-syllable mantra. At this moment, as the power of the divine envoys was displayed, it formed a strong wave. This wave spread out, heading straight for the level 6 divine envoys. Fart, fart, fart. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the level 6 divine envoys coughed out blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were all filled with shock. In the distance, the faces of Wei and the others suddenly changed. Obviously, they didn't expect this monk to be so powerful. But after the first sound, Tyrant's consumption was also great. A trace of exhaustion appeared on his compassionate face. Kill him. Ben Senlu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a trace of fear on his face. Just a moment ago, that voice suddenly rang in his mind. His soul seemed to have suffered a strong shock in an instant. At the same time, it was like someone was using a hammer to hit his heart, causing him to cough out blood. This kind of attack came without warning. Obviously, it was very terrifying. More level 6 divine envoys rushed towards Tyrant. In the meantime, many divine skills landed on Tyrant's body, but they were all blocked by the strongest defense around him. At this moment, this defense wasn't just the strongest defense, it was also a defense that was fused with the light shield. Many of the attacks were even reflected. Fart. On the other side, Zhong Haotian appeared from his hidden state. The stone sword pierced forward, piercing through the shoulder of a level 6 divine envoy, but it wasn't fatal. This was because he didn't have a deep understanding of the space of the divine realm. He also didn't fuse the assassination combat skills with the ancestral power well. But now, they seemed to be level 6 divine envoys, but they lacked the corresponding skills. In this way, compared to the level 6 divine envoys with divine skills, they lacked the necessary combat skills. At this moment, they were still able to suppress one-on-one, which was already extraordinary. At this moment, The devil ape was still using brute force, which consumed a lot of energy. Longhu and the others revealed their true forms, relying on their strong physical bodies to resist. In comparison, the battle between Yi Qian and Zi Chen was relatively easy. After all, both of them had mastered many divine skills. In addition to the condensed divine power, they temporarily had the upper hand in the battle. Buzz! In the sky, there was a tremor, and an extremely strong sword intent suddenly appeared. A bright sword light pierced through the sky, heading straight for a level 6 divine envoy. When the level 6 divine envoy saw this sword, his expression changed drastically. He immediately blocked with his weapon. At the same time, the divine envoy's body was surrounded by light, and a divine bell fell from the sky, enveloping him. Bang! The sword light swept past, and the sword intent wreaked havoc. The weapon in the level 6 divine envoy's hand was immediately sent flying. The sword light didn't slow down, and it directly cut through the defense of the level 6 divine envoy, sweeping past his body. The level 6 divine envoy's body was split into two, and he fell to the ground. His vitality was gone. This was the first kill. It came from Wang Xian, who was holding the Battle King sword. She flew through the sky, holding the Battle King sword in her hand. Her dress fluttered without wind, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. When the other divine envoys saw this scene, they were all shocked. It seemed that her first kill had given the people on the Life Star a great deal of confidence. On the other side, Wuji let out a loud shout. After that, his two doppelgangers fought side by side. Their hands formed seals, and in an instant, they launched an attack. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang. Extreme Yin and Yang auras revolved as they moved forward, like a high-speed spinning disc, heading straight for the three level 6 divine envoys in front. Boom! When they got close, the Yin and Yang auras exploded, creating an extremely strong destructive power. This power swallowed the three level 6 divine envoys. Two of them were sent flying the moment they were devoured, while the other one died completely in the violent energy. The second level 6 divine envoy died. Behind them, when Sina and the others saw this scene, they were all shocked. It should be known that when experts of this level fought, they would only be seriously injured under normal circumstances. It was very rare for them to die. This was because their vitality was very strong. Unless there was an extremely high suppression, it was impossible to extinguish their vitality. Under such circumstances, they had only seen one existence that transcended common sense, and that was the dead skeleton. However, they did not expect to see two of them, and they could kill someone of the same level in one move. Damn it, go and kill them. I want that sword. Ben Senlu's gaze was fixed on the sword in Wang Xian'er's hand, and his eyes flashed with greed. Behind him, there were 4 people standing. As his voice faded, 3 of them walked out. When they walked out, powerful auras exploded from their bodies. Then, divine energy circled around their bodies, and there were a total of 7 of them. Level 7 divine envoys. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this powerful aura. Ben Senlu's side already had a lot of people. Now that they had sent out 3 level 7 divine envoys, it was obvious that they wanted to eliminate them. Chapter 2657. Previously, Zi Chen had been standing outside and watching the show. But now, he couldn't. If he continued watching, everyone would be in danger. In the midst of this, he naturally noticed the arrival of Rocky and the other 3. I'll deal with one. Just as Zi Chen was about to make a move, Tyrant shouted and charged towards a level 7 divine emissary. He had a shield, which was equivalent to having absolute defense. Even if he faced a level 7 divine emissary, he wouldn't be afraid. He charged towards the level 7 divine emissary, his body shrouded in Buddhist light as he smashed the light shield in his hand. The level 7 divine emissary punched out, and a dazzling divine light appeared between heaven and earth. A powerful pressure instantly descended. The punch landed on the light shield. The light shield released an intense light, and runes lit up, layer by layer, neutralizing the power of the level 7 divine emissary's punch. The level 7 divine emissary's cold expression changed slightly at this moment. I won't send you off. Tyrant looked at this scene and smiled faintly. The runes on the light shield suddenly exploded with a strong light, turning the absorbed power into a powerful recoil force. Boom! The powerful recoil sent the level 7 divine emissary flying. So strong! In the distance, Sina and the others were all dumbfounded when they saw Tyrant send the level 7 divine emissary flying. Even the usually calm Wag Wei had an unnatural expression on his face at this moment. The power of this shield was simply too unexpected. I want that shield. I want both the sword and the shield. Seeing how powerful the shield in Tyrant's hand was, Ben Senlu's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly. Tyrant heard this and looked at Ben Senlu with dissatisfaction. What do you know? The truly powerful one is your Lord Zeng, not this shield. Your Lord Zeng is the strongest. Ben Senlu's expression was naturally ugly when he called himself Lord Zeng in front of a son of God. He pointed at Tyrant and said coldly, "Kill this Baldy." "Baldy? Are you blind? I'm Lord Zeng, your good and evil Lord Zeng." Tyrant was even more dissatisfied with Ben Senlu's address. "Hurry up and kill him." Ben Senlu was completely enraged. Hence, another level 6 divine emissary charged at Tyrant. The level 7 divine emissary who had been sent flying earlier also turned back. The other level 7 was blocked by Wuji. With his yin and yang body, it was not a problem for him to fight 2 against 1. The last one headed straight for Wang Xian. However, before he could reach her, the space around him trembled. He noticed that a huge hammer was heading straight for him from the side. Wherever the hammer passed, the void would constantly distort, and the surging ancestral power would wreak havoc. It was the craftsman ancestor. Among the group, his comprehension of the ancestral power was the deepest. He could almost fuse it with his previous techniques. Just like that, the 3 level 7 experts were blocked by the 3 level 6 experts. However, during this period of time, many level 6 experts were freed up. They charged towards the devil ape and the others. Now that there were so many of them, it was only natural that they would have a hard time blocking them. Seeing this, Zichen did not hesitate and immediately opened up his own world. The 12 level 6 heavenly clan members, who were already prepared, clasped their fists at Zichen and charged out. The sudden appearance of 12 level 6 celestials was clearly another powerful force. After seeing this, Ben Senlu's face became even more gloomy. At this moment, besides the 3 divine sons, there was only 1 expert left beside him. This was his last resort, and also his trump card. He did not want to use it for the time being. Look at what that is. Sina's expression changed completely. If not for Yang Wei holding him back, he would have already charged forward. This was because he had seen all of the 12 level 6 heavenly clan members before. If not for the accident, he would be the master of these people now. However, it was obvious that they already had a master. It's them. Sina said excitedly, "Those should have been my guards." Sina's excitement caused Xavier and Yang Wei's faces to be filled with doubt. If Sina was not lying, then the previous harvest had indeed been obtained by Yi Qian. However, if Yi Qian was there, how could they not have sensed her? How did Yi Qian follow them, and how did she leave? One must know that according to the information they had, Yi Qian and the others should not have appeared in the second area. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Xin Lin snorted coldly. Her gaze towards Yi Qian became even more venomous. Last time, for these things, they had offended many divine sons, but they had gained nothing. They did not expect Yi Qian to obtain them. I definitely did not see wrongly. Those are the 12 level 6 heavenly clan guards in the soul-absorbing pearl. Damn it. Sina gritted his teeth, wishing he could charge forward immediately. During the previous trial, he had lost a lot of face and gained nothing. He was often mocked by his siblings. One of the reasons why he and Yang Wei had come here to develop their forces and be mocked by others was also because of this. Last time, I told you that father definitely did not give her a single person. Do you believe me now? Xin Lin said unhappily. If that is the case, then how did she obtain the soul-absorbing pearl? Did she get it from outside, or did she hide it in the dark? This was something Yang Wei could not understand. Damn it, my soul-absorbing pearl and so many regeneration divine source. Damn it, damn it. Sina's face was filled with anger and regret. Hearing Sina's words, Yang Wei's eyes suddenly shone. He said involuntarily, I know what happened. The three of them looked at him. It wasn't Yi Qian who took your things. Those guards were not Yi Qian's. Yang Wei said. If it wasn't Yi Qian, then who? The three of them did not understand. It's Skeleton, it must be Skeleton. He did not perish together with the level 6, but killed the level 6, then left the first area and went to the second area by himself, Yang Wei said. The three of them still did not understand. You can't figure it out, can you? You think Skeleton is dead, but you didn't see him? But don't forget, what other properties does Regeneration Divine Source have? Yang Wei said with certainty, not only is Skeleton not dead, he has been by Yi Qian's side this entire time. The three of them clearly understood what he meant. Regeneration Divine Source could bring the dead back to life. If Skeleton encountered Regeneration Divine Source, he could completely regenerate his body. The three of them turned their heads and looked at the only other God Race clansman besides Yi Qian. That's right, it's him. We've met long ago. Back then, I was puzzled as to why a stranger like him could make decisions for Yi Qian. Now, we all know, he is Skeleton. He is also the one who took the soul-absorbing pearl and the Regeneration Divine Source. Look at the knife in his hand, although the color has changed, the shape has not. It's still that stone knife. Damn it, so it's him. Sina was enraged, Xavier was enraged, and Xin Lin was also enraged. The three of them had obviously suffered at Skeleton's hands, and hated Skeleton to the bone. But even if we discover the truth, we can't say anything now. Don't forget what we obtained from them. Yang Wei transmitted, although you lost 12 level 6 God Race clansmen, the mother nest we obtained this time can create more than 12 God envoys. Therefore, we can only watch the situation unfold. Skeleton is aware of this, which is why he decided to release the 12 God Race clansmen. They were not willing to accept the outcome, but they could not do anything to Skeleton. If they infuriated him and forced Skeleton to tell them the truth, they believed Ben Senlu would not let them go. Although they were not afraid of Ben Senlu, they did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, they could only pretend that nothing had happened and suffer in silence, while Ben Senlu continued to focus his anger on Yi Qian. Yang Wei glanced at the battlefield and said, the battle is about to come to an end, we have to take a step back. Next, Yi Qian's people will either die in battle or retreat to the city and wait for Ben Senlu to destroy the city. The three began to back off after hearing this. Ben Senlu's side had gained an overwhelming advantage due to the overwhelming number of experts. The demon ape had expended a lot of energy, thus it could only back off continuously. Zhong Haotian's hidden figure was discovered. He was knocked flying while coughing out blood. Longhu, the flying tiger god, and the rest of the experts kept backing off. A few of them had already transformed into their human forms. It was obvious that if this continued, everyone on their side would suffer serious injuries and die, unless they retreated to the city now. However, it would be difficult for them to come out once they retreated. Zi Chen had been observing the situation the entire time. It was obvious that he could no longer sit around and wait for his death. Thus, he took a step forward and left the world. As he was leaving, his body emitted a glow, changing his appearance and aura. He suddenly appeared in the void, his body shining with golden light. The golden light was unusually bright and powerful. The 6th grade divine envoys were startled when they saw a person suddenly appearing in the sky, before they immediately charged upward. Zi Chen held the scabbard with his left hand and grabbed the hilt with his right. The force of the extreme young progenitor in his body continued to gather toward the saber. Buzz! The saber shuddered. Its watery glow scattered into the surroundings, forming a ripple of energy. Zi Chen drew his saber out of the scabbard. A flash of saber light appeared and swept forward. When the saber glow appeared, a powerful saber intent wreaked havoc in the world. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there were 3 runes within the saber glow. The saber intent struck the 3 runes. The saber glow swept forward. The 3 6th grade divine envoys could not dodge in time. Fart, fart, fart. The saber glow sliced their bodies open. The saber intent within spread out. A powerful aura swept across the sky. The blazing and violent energy formed a destructive ripple that wreaked havoc. Such an unforeseen event caused the battlefield to pause for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They looked at the violent ripple that was spreading in all directions. They looked at the unfamiliar figure standing in the air. They looked at the 3 incomplete divine envoys that had fallen from the sky and landed on the ground. Dead. Chapter 26:58. There was a brief silence on the battlefield. Everyone looked up at the sky and Zichen, who was standing there in the air. The power of the 6th Tao ancestor lingered around his body. His body was surging with a scorching and violent aura. When everyone saw his cultivation level, their faces revealed even more shock. If Zichen was at level 9, they would not have shown such expressions. After all, a level 9 could kill 3 level 6 with one slash. However, he was only at level 6, but he had killed 3 level 9 in an instant. That is. Qi Wei looked at Zichen. This was an unfamiliar face and aura. However, the saber in his hand was strangely familiar. Beside him, Sina's pupils shrank. He stared ahead and did not say anything. Damn it. Kill him for me. Benson's cold voice suddenly rang out in the quiet battlefield. Another level 6 rushed toward Zichen. Young Master Benson? The others looked at the sky nervously. Killing 3 level 6 divine envoys at once. Although this had never happened before, they had just seen someone who could kill a level 6 divine envoy in an instant. However, they had all used up a lot of energy and did not continue to kill a second level 6 divine envoy. At this moment, Benson was thinking the same thing. The other party had used up a lot of energy to kill 3 level 6 divine envoys with one slash. He believed that the same method could not be used a second time. However, was that really the case? Several more level 6 divine envoys rushed toward the sky. In the sky, the existence with the saber placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber again. Then, he injected energy into it. Buzz. The saber trembled. The water-like energy spread out and formed a strong wave. He unsheathed the saber. Swoosh. The shining saber light appeared again. The world was dyed in golden light. The saber intent that had just disappeared appeared again. This was 3 saber intents. They came from the 3 saber ancestors' steles that Zichen had comprehended. The saber light moved forward. It turned into a saber light and then a saber arc. It expanded rapidly. This scene did not seem fast to the crowd. Their eyes could see every change in the saber arc. However, in their eyes, this attack was not fast at all, and the level 6 that followed were unable to dodge it. Pu. 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 The saber light flashed again, and another 3 level 6 experts were cut in half at the waist, while the others retreated in fear. God's blood splattered in the sky. The 3 6th level oracles fell to the ground, and then there was no more sound. He died again. It's the same technique. Looking at this scene, Yong Wei couldn't help but frown. At this moment, there was a fog in his mind, and he couldn't see the truth behind the fog. Sina didn't say anything either. He looked at his opponent, and for some reason, he felt abnormally nervous. In the distance, the people brought by Ben Senlu had already finished their battle with the spacetime creature. They stood guard outside and did not come back. Originally, they wanted to join in, but the one who killed 3 people with one slash appeared, so they stayed where they were. However, everyone's faces were filled with fear and shock. Being at the 3rd or 4th level was already a very high level in this place. After all, the guards of the children of gods such as Rocky and Sina were only at the 4th level. But here, even level 6 experts were being massacred. What did their little level count for? Seeing 3 more die, Ben Senlu was abnormally shocked, and his face grew increasingly unsightly. Beside him, the 3 children of gods also turned very pale. On the one hand, they were shocked by Zichen's powerful battle prowess, but on the other hand, they were heartbroken by the deaths of their level 6 experts. They were level 6 experts. In other places, they would have been a well-developed city lord with a group of oracles under them. Swish. At this moment, the figure in the sky suddenly flashed, transforming into a golden light that charged into the crowd. Buzz. Light flashed, and saber intent swept out. Another level 6 expert was cut in half at the waist, and his body fell to the ground. Swish. Before the corpse could hit the ground, golden light flashed again, and the saber arc appeared once more. There were 50 to 60 level 6 oracles here, so it was relatively easy to find them. Moreover, every time the saber arc swept past, the nearby level 6 experts were unable to dodge. All they could do was raise their own defenses. But in front of a saber intent that contained 3 saber intents, these defenses were obviously insufficient. Puff. Puff, in the blink of an eye, several level 6 experts were killed. This was a complete massacre. Ben Senlu and the 3 children of gods were completely stunned. When had they ever seen a battle where people of the same level were killed? In the distance, Aowei and Sina were so shocked that they did not say a word. The person in front of them was very similar to the person they both hated deep in their hearts. But that person also had such powerful strength. Killing people of the same level was a complete massacre. Even Xavier and Xin Lin could not say a word. Although they did not know each other, they could not help but think of a figure after seeing the way he killed. It was Skeleton who had killed one with a single saber strike. But what puzzled them was that Skeleton was in the field, but judging from his performance today, he did not seem to be very powerful. Zichen transformed into a golden light flashing, unsheathing his saber. Unlike Wang Xian and the others, he could open up a world here. In his world, there was a huge amount of energy. He followed the rules of this world. Currently, he was only a level 6 progenitor, so the ancestral power that appeared in his body was 6 paths. But this did not mean that he only had 6 paths of ancestral power. On the contrary, there was a lot of ancestral power in his world. Although these powers could not help him break through, they could provide him with endless help. Once consumed, they would appear again. Because of the perfect world, he had almost inexhaustible energy. As long as his soul was not severely exhausted, he could continue fighting. At this moment, with Zichen's appearance, Devil Ape and the others also retreated. They were not too happy that Zichen had taken action. Instead, they were a little worried. After all, his identity was very sensitive. Nothing could happen if he appeared at this time. Monk still did not retreat. He was chasing after those people to test the power of his shield. Yi Qian retreated. Before returning, she glanced in the direction of Aowei and the others. Then, she returned to the crowd. Looking at Zichen, who had turned into a golden light, she seemed to have made up her mind. In the holy city, the deities were dumbfounded. It seemed like they had never seen this person before. Toby had also never seen him before. However, he recognized the blade. This made his expression change. He was in disbelief. At this moment, Zichen was unstoppable. One after another, level 6 experts were killed and more of them were escaping. Kill him. Ben Senlu, on the other hand, had recovered from his shock and yelled. The 3 level 7 experts who had lost their opponents immediately rushed towards Zichen. At this moment, Zichen was standing in the air. There were already many level 6 corpses below him. He turned around and looked behind him. Wang Xian, who had just returned to the group, nodded at him. Then, she flew forward and stood beside him. Swoosh. At the same time, Monk appeared on the other side of Zichen. At this moment, the 3 of them were standing side by side with a blade, sword, and shield in their hands. The 3 level 7 experts rushed towards the 3 of them. Are you ready? Zichen asked. I've been ready for a long time. Monk replied loudly. Wang Xian nodded her head. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. 3 streaks of light shone from the crack and landed on the weapons of the 3 experts. They were the weapon spirits. Wang. The 3 weapons vibrated in unison. They emitted bright lights and powerful auras. This aura was simple and ancient as though it came from ancient times. The 3 of them who were holding the weapons released their auras completely. At this moment, they were telepathically connected with their weapons. The 3 level 7 experts who were charging at the front had a change in their expressions. Attack! Zichen bellowed. He unsheathed his blade. Swoosh! An unusually dazzling blade radiance appeared in the next moment. It was filled with powerful blade essence and the radiance completely lit up the surroundings. Hum. On the other side, the sound of a sword rang. Wang Xian unsheathed her Battle Emperor sword. Sword essence filled the air and wreaked havoc. Wang. The shield in Monk's hand started to glow. Runes circled around it and vibrated continuously. Battle intent rose. The broken blades, swords, and shields left behind from ancient times were finally reassembled after countless years. They were finally back together and fighting side by side. Battle intent filled the air. The radiance of the three weapons completely covered all the light in the surroundings. At that moment, the only thing in everyone's eyes were the three weapons, as well as the person holding them. The golden blade radiance swept past the level 7 divine emissaries and dissipated into specks of light. The Battle Emperor sword in Wang Xian's hand pierced forward. Sword essence filled the air and pierced through the chest of a level 7 divine emissary. The sword essence instantly spread throughout his body and formed an extremely destructive force. The light shield in Monk's hand left his body and flew forward while spinning. Poof! The shield essence filled the air and swept past the neck of the level 7 divine emissary at lightning speed. His head flew high into the air and divine blood splattered everywhere. The light shield flew into the distance and circled around before returning to Monk's hand. With the light shield in hand, Monk looked at the headless body falling from the sky and said indifferently, "Who said that shields can't kill people?" Peng! The level 7 divine emissary's body landed on the ground with a loud thud. He didn't get up again. As for the other two level 7 divine emissaries, they were lying on the ground. One of them had his body split open by the blade, and the other's heart was destroyed by the sword essence. With the cooperation of the weapon spirits, the three powerful level 7 divine emissaries were all killed instantly. The craftsman ancestor looked at the three people in front of him and sighed. His era had passed. Even Wuji shook his head and didn't speak anymore. Qing Enyu held onto his arm and leaned against his body. Chapter 2659. Looking at the dead level 7, the three sons of God beside Ben Sen Lu felt shock and fear, as well as heartache. They had spent a lot of effort to bring a level 7 here. They had thought that they could easily end the battle, but who would have thought that he would be killed in one move? And by a level 6 at that. Who would believe it if they told others? Although the three of them were pale and had obviously used up a lot of energy, the level 7 was dead and could not be revived. How could they fight the rest of the battle? In the distance, Sina and the others were also shocked speechless. They were so shocked that they did not even try to guess the identity of the man with the knife. Because this scene was simply too shocking. After the shock, all that was left was lament. Obviously, the shield was given by Ji Wei, but it was so terrifying that it could kill a level 7 powerhouse. At this moment, even Ji Wei, who had a strong will, must have broken down inside. Needless to say, Xinlin and Xavier's feelings were even worse. It was as if those things were theirs, and their hearts were bleeding. What are those knives, swords, and shields? Are they general-level divine weapons? Xavier exclaimed. Obviously, the opponents were so powerful not because of their combat power, but because of their weapons. Ji Wei was extremely shocked, but he still had the strength to stay calm. He looked up, or more accurately, at Zi Chen, who was holding the knife, and his eyes were constantly changing. Good, very good. Ben Sen Lu's voice suddenly rang out in the quiet battlefield. So many people had died, including a level 7 powerhouse. The people beside him were so shocked and heartbroken that they could not say a word, but he was still calm. He was calm because the level 7 powerhouse was not one of his people. The level 8 powerhouse he had brought was still behind him. He took a few steps forward and looked at the weapons in the hands of the three people in front of him. He said with satisfaction, "I will take the things in your hands." "You?" Zi Chen said coldly, his pale face gradually returning to normal. The attack just now had not used up much of his strength, but the most important thing was that it had consumed his soul. Him. Ben Sen Lu took a step to the side and a person walked out from behind him. As he walked out, he released the power of the oracle from his body. Strands after strands of oracles surrounded his body. There were 8 of them. An 8th level oracle. Immediately, a powerful aura was released. At this moment, the world seemed to have darkened because of this aura. Level 8. Everyone's faces, including Zichen's, changed drastically when they saw this. No one had expected that the other party would be able to find a level 8 expert. What do you think? Ben Senlu stepped back and looked at Zichen and the other two mockingly. Zichen's expression was unsightly. He had thought that the battle would be over after killing the 3 level 7s. Who would have thought that he would encounter a level 8s? Senior, do you have a way? Zichen asked via voice transmission, obviously asking for help from the artifact spirit. If you're at level 7, or if you've comprehended 5 Saber Intents, with my help, it's still possible. As for now, I advise you to run. The artifact spirit's voice rang out in Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, if Zichen and Sword Spirit could not work together, then the other two were out of the question. Wang Xian had comprehended a sword will, but the monk hadn't comprehended a single shield will. Facing a level 8s, they had no chance of winning. Swoosh! Wuji flashed to Zichen's side, and his yin-yang doppelganger appeared. The craftsman ancestor followed and stood on the other side. Yi Qian wanted to follow, but she was stopped by the deity's doppelganger. The deity's doppelganger looked at Yi Qian and shook his head. Then, he walked forward with his stone saber. As he walked forward, the camouflage light on the stone saber dissipated, revealing the stone saber. In this way, his identity was completely exposed. He was skeleton. Looking at the level 6 standing in a row, Ben Senlu's face flashed with mockery. Idiots, do you think you can defeat a level 8s with numbers? If numbers were useful, what's the point of having a higher realm? Then, he stepped back and saw that the 3 people beside him had ugly expressions. Hence, he said, didn't we just lose 3 level 7s? If we kill them, our gains will be enough to make up for our losses. When the 3 heard Ben Senlu's words, they deliberately glanced at the weapons in the hands of Zichen's group. Then, they glanced at the level 9 city of generals. Their expressions softened slightly. The level 8 walked forward. He purposely walked slowly with a mocking smile on his face. Clearly, he was deliberately putting pressure on the others. Idiots! Zichen said coldly. Beside him, a beam of light had already taken the lead and rushed forward. It was a doppelganger. A deity's doppelganger with the heaven god's bone. He gripped his stone saber tightly. His body shone with divine light as he charged forward. The level 8's figure flashed. He rushed toward the doppelganger and punched. Poof! The doppelganger's saber fell. A bloody wound appeared on the level 8 divine envoy's arm. So what if he was a level 8? The sharp stone saber could still break through his defense. Boom! The level 8's fist landed on the doppelganger's chest. The powerful blow sent the doppelganger flying. He smiled proudly. He thought that even if this punch couldn't kill a level 6, it would at least severely injure him. This was the advantage of a higher realm. But in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He saw the doppelganger charging toward him again, unscathed. How is this possible? The level 8 was puzzled. Kill. With a low roar, Zichen's real body charged forward. Wang Xian followed closely behind him. Wuji stood on the spot. His 2 doppelganger formed seals and displayed extreme yin and extreme yang. The yin and yang energies met in mid-air. Then, they merged. Under his control, they moved forward. When the doppelganger was sent flying, the yin and yang energies exploded beside the level 8, forming a horrifying wave. This attack could kill a level 6, but it couldn't hurt the level 8 divine envoy. It could be seen that the higher the level of a divine envoy, the stronger their combat power and defense. The craftsman ancestor charged forward. He held a giant energy hammer and smashed it on the level 8 divine envoy. The giant hammer shattered. The powerful shockwave sent the craftsman ancestor flying. TSK. The long sword in Wang Xian's hand pierced forward. It went straight for the chest of the level 8 divine envoy. The opponent's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. Be careful. Zichen shouted. A figure had already appeared beside Wang Xian. It was the level 8 divine envoy who had used the Fleetfoot stride. He threw a powerful punch at Wang Xian, but it met with a glowing shield. The monk's speed wasn't slow. He immediately flashed forward, and Wang Xian took advantage of the momentum to retreat. Peng! The powerful shockwave landed on the light shield. A portion of it was reflected back, but the remaining portion couldn't be resolved. It sent the monk flying. Swish! Zichen finally displayed the saber that he had been preparing for a long time. 3 strands of saber intent surrounded the saber. A sword of light appeared in the level 8 divine envoy's hand and blocked the saber. Swish! The saber slashed, and the sword of light disappeared. The saber arc extended forward and swept past the level 8 divine envoy's body. It was just an afterimage. The level 8 divine envoy had already retreated far away. The deity race's fleetfoot stride was known as the fastest speed in the deity world. Only the 9 lightning flashes of the life star could block it. At this moment, the level 8 divine envoy was 2 levels higher than them. In a situation where Zichen didn't want to expose his identity, no one present could catch up to him. The doppelganger used the fleetfoot stride again and attacked the level 8 divine envoy. However, the difference of 2 levels made it impossible for him to gain an obvious advantage. Peng! The doppelganger was sent flying. He coughed up blood as he was sent flying. Pfff. The level 8 divine envoy turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of the craftsman ancestor. He sent the craftsman ancestor flying with a punch. The craftsman ancestor coughed up blood and was injured. After that, he appeared in front of Wuji. Wuji's body flickered, and he disappeared in an instant. The level 8 divine envoy's punch missed. After his punch missed, he rushed toward Wuji's real body again. The monk burst forth with extreme speed and appeared in front of Wuji. He used his shield to block the attack. Boom! Powerful energy surged. The level 8 divine envoy was sent flying. The monk and Wuji were also sent flying. In a situation where they didn't have an advantage in terms of cultivation and didn't have any powerful techniques, a mere level 8 divine envoy was enough to put them in danger. Zichen quickly caught up and slashed out with his blade. The level 8 divine envoy used his lightsaber to block the attack and then used his extreme speed to dodge. It's useless. Behind them, Ben Senlu looked at this scene proudly. The level 8 divine envoy's strength was within his expectations. Ji Wei was still watching from afar. At this moment, he wasn't sure if the blade-wielding man was the one he thought he was. If he wasn't, then it wouldn't matter. It could only be said that Yi Qian was lucky to have found a powerful assistant. However, if he was, then the significance would be different. He believed that the entire deity world would be shaken. Because he had broken the rules. In this world, all the rules were set by the deity race. Everyone had to follow the deity race's will. No one could go against it. Anyone who broke the rules had to die. At this moment, Wuji had already retreated with injuries. In the past, Zichen used the 9 lightning deaths. Many people found it difficult to deal with him because with speed, he was almost invincible. However, the level 8 divine envoy had absolute speed. This made him invincible. Now, he could either use the same speed to suppress him or find a way to trap him. In the meantime, if he wanted to trap him, using his world was a good method. However, if he used his world now, wouldn't he be telling Ji Wei his true identity? There were too many uncontrollable factors. He didn't want to reveal his identity yet. In that case, he could only use the second method. He turned back to look at his doppelganger. His doppelganger nodded at him. Then, he transmitted his voice, "After my doppelganger traps him, you guys unleash your strongest attack. We must kill him in one blow." The doppelganger retreated and started to form seals with both hands. These seals were relatively complicated. This was a divine skill that had awakened in his mind. God-trapping hand. The doppelganger let out a low shout. The light on his body disappeared in an instant. The soul in his sea of consciousness also became weak. In the sky, energy surged, and a large hand emitting divine light appeared. The large hand descended from the sky and went straight for the level 8 divine envoy. When the level 8 divine envoy raised his head and saw the large hand, his expression changed drastically. He kept using the fleetfoot stride, trying to break free from the lock. However, it was useless. The large hand fell and trapped the level 8 divine envoy. Do it. Zichen and the others rushed forward. In the distance, the faces of the heavenly god's children were filled with shock. God trapping hand. Chapter 2660. Everyone knew that there were only 9 heavenly gods in the divine world. The 9th heavenly god pagoda battling god was actually the 10th heavenly god because the previous 9th heavenly god had died. The death of a heavenly god had caused a huge commotion in the divine world. Although many years had passed, everyone who came to the divine world still knew about this piece of history. They didn't know how the previous 9th heavenly god, Zeus, died, but they knew that he had really died and left behind the chaotic 9th region, which was now the chaotic 10th region. Although he had been dead for many years, his deeds were still circulating in the divine world. During this period, people were very interested in the heavenly god skills that Zeus had left behind. For example, the god trapping hand. This was created by Zeus and it was a real heavenly god skill. Just from the name, one could tell that it was different from the god race's usual world-destroying divine skills. This was a skill that was specially targeted against the gods. Once this heavenly god skill was used, few people from the gods could resist it. Currently, in the divine world, only a small number of people knew about the god trapping hand. Moreover, it wasn't complete and was almost equivalent to a lost divine skill. It was said that after the death of the 9th heavenly god, it caused a huge commotion in the divine world. During that commotion, many of the 9th heavenly god's sons were killed or injured because of the 9th heavenly god skill. They didn't expect to see another member of the god race using the god trapping hand today. When a level 6 used it, it could trap a level 8. This made people wonder about the completeness of the god trapping hand. Zichen didn't know about this. Yi Qian didn't stay in the divine world for long, so she didn't know either. Monk and the others didn't know either. Therefore, their expressions didn't change much. When they saw that the god-trapping hand had trapped a level 8 expert, they were pleasantly surprised. At the moment when the level 8 was trapped, Monk and Wang Xian'er were ready to attack. The sword essence and shield essence raged again. The Battle King's sword and shield emitted an ancient aura. The Battle King's sword stabbed forward. Under the level 8's horrified expression, the sword pierced into his chest. The sword essence spread and tried to destroy his vitality. Wang Xian'er's attack couldn't destroy the level 8's vitality. She could only injure him. But this was already very impressive. Swish. Tyrant threw out the shield in his hand. The shield spun and headed straight for level 8. Its target was still the opponent's neck. But this time, the shield didn't chop off the enemy's head. After breaking through the enemy's defense, it only pierced into the enemy's neck and got stuck there. It's useless, weapons can't make up for the gap between realms. The 8th level divine emissary laughed complacently as he tried to break free from the god-binding hand. At this moment, Zichen's saber stabbed over. That's right, it was a stab of the saber. It was not the saber light that swept forward like before. Saber will surged above his saber, shining with a dazzling golden light. The golden light was scorching and berserk. The moment it appeared, it became the only color in the world. Pu. His blade pierced into the body of the level 8 divine envoy. The smile on level 8's face did not diminish because a mere level 6 could not kill him at all. But in the next moment, his smile froze as he stared in shock at Zichen. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. The golden light on Zichen's saber disappeared. The saber will and energy contained in the saber spread throughout the body of the 8th level divine emissary. His vigorous vitality was rapidly dissipating until it disappeared. The shield returned to Tyrant's hand. Wang Xian'er pulled out the Battle Emperor sword. The god-binding hand dissipated, and the face of the divine incarnation became very pale. The god-binding hand had consumed a lot of his energy. Zichen finally withdrew his saber. The body of the 8th level divine emissary fell to the ground, and then there was no sound. He was dead. How is this possible? At this moment, the crowd, who had yet to recover from the shock of the god-binding hand, was even more shocked because of the death of the 8th level divine emissary. Previously, when they killed a 7th-level divine emissary, it was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that they would kill an 8th-level divine emissary? Weren't the existences on life stars supposed to be inferior life forms? Why were they so powerful? Even if they had extraordinary sabers, swords, and shields, they shouldn't have been able to kill an 8th-level divine emissary. Just as the crowd was speechless from shock, Tyrant descended. Obviously, his mind was unusually sharp, and he knew to collect the spoils of war first. The surroundings were quiet, so quiet that it was almost dead. Other than Tyrant, no one moved or spoke. Ben Senlu's face was filled with disbelief, and he was a little dazed. He couldn't believe that the 8th-level divine emissary he had brought had died just like that. Beside him, the 3 sons of God were so shocked that they were almost petrified. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Zichen turned around and looked at Ben Senlu. "How is it?" Ben Senlu's face was extremely ugly, and he didn't reply. Zichen walked towards Ben Senlu. Recalling the scene of Wang Xian killing 3 6th-level divine emissaries, Ben Senlu, who was a 4th-level divine emissary, was obviously not enough. The other 6th-level divine emissaries and the divine emissaries in the distance all rushed over, protecting Ben Senlu. Ben Senlu was a son of God, and nothing could happen to him. "Stop." At this moment, an indifferent voice came from behind them. Ji Wei's group of 4 came forward, and there were 3 4th-level divine emissaries following behind them. The group quickly came to the front of Ben Senlu, and then Ji Wei stared at Zichen. Zichen stopped, looking at Ji Wei. Ji Wei looked at him and said, "I didn't expect you to be so lucky." Zichen said, "It's impossible for a mere 8th-level divine emissary to take my life." Ji Wei smiled faintly and said, "You know what I mean." Zichen asked, "What do you mean?" Ji Wei turned around and looked at Sina, saying, "Sina, call for help." "Call for help? Who?" Sina was bewildered. They only had a few people now, so where could they call for help? "Call your father, Sir God of God. This man is the heaven-defying expert of the life star, Zichen. He's not dead." Ji Wei said coldly. "What?" Sina's face changed dramatically. Of course, he wasn't a stranger to Zichen. He had almost killed him in Thunder God Palace. If his father hadn't come, he would have fallen into the abyss. Afterward, he and Kai Meng had joined hands to push him into the abyss. However, even God of God didn't dare to enter that abyss. If he was really Zichen, how could he have survived? "Ji Wei, don't talk nonsense." Yi Qian stepped forward and said coldly. "Whether it's nonsense or not, he should know." Ji Wei sneered. "Just now, all of you were looking at the God-binding hand, but I didn't. Because I don't know what it is, I was looking at him. That's why I saw the different energy contained in his blade. Although you tried to hide it, how could you escape my perception?" Zichen's expression didn't change, but he couldn't help but admire Ji Wei's perception. Behind them, Ben Senlu was mocking Ji Wei inwardly for not knowing what the God-binding hand was. However, it was precisely because of this that Ji Wei was able to recognize Zichen. This was also the reason why Zichen hadn't cut open the body of an 8th-rank cultivator and had instead used a stab. "Zichen, I really didn't expect you to be so lucky. The heavens wanted you to die, but you didn't. Could it be that you really want to defy the heavens?" Ji Wei sneered. "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" The monk stepped forward and stared coldly at Ji Wei. Ji Wei ignored the monk and turned to look at Sina. "Have you notified the god?" "How am I supposed to notify him?" Sina said. "Clearly, he was just a clone. Notify the true body first, then the god," Ji Wei said. "This isn't fake, right?" Sina had a troubled look on his face. Although the God of God was his father, he wasn't someone he could casually order around. "If something happens, I'll bear all the responsibility." Ji Wei looked at Zichen and sneered. "If he isn't Zichen and caused the God of God to come here for nothing, then I'll immediately commit suicide to atone for my sins." Sina nodded. Only then did he relax. "Should we kill them all and then run away?" The monk transmitted. Clearly, their identities had been exposed. "First of all, we can't kill them. The God of God's son is very hard to kill. Secondly, we can't run away either. After all, the god race rules the entire world. Moreover, the monk can run away, but the temple can't. Zichen transmitted, his voice filled with helplessness. I don't have a temple. This joke has no meaning. It's not funny. I won't let you die. Yi Qian's voice rang out. This time, it was very decisive. Even if the heavens want you dead, I won't let you die unless I die. Hearing Yi Qian's transmission, Zichen's heart stirred, but he didn't reply. He looked at Ji Wei and smiled. Your observation is indeed sharp. It seems that not killing you back then was my biggest mistake. Then, Zichen's face changed. His real face was revealed. It's you. Hiding your head and showing your tail must not be a good life, right? Too bad, you won't have the chance. Never again. Ji Wei smiled confidently. Today, you will die without a doubt. In the city, Toby's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that person to be Zichen. Then, he looked into the distance, wanting to find the skeleton. However, the skeleton was gone. He seemed to have guessed something, which made him even more incredulous. Ji Wei, what are you talking about? Ben Sen Lu's voice came from behind. Ji Wei turned around, bowed to Ben Sen Lu and said, Young master, you don't know. This man is Zichen. He's from the Life Star. According to the rules of the God world, he should have died in the reincarnation. However, he's still alive. This is against the rules of the God world, which has changed his destiny. Destiny? Yes, it's related to the Life Star. Sina's father and the 9th heavenly god used to deal with it. At that time, Sina and the other 2 heavenly gods saw him die with their own eyes. They didn't expect him to still be alive. And my father? Xin Lin asked. At that time, Kai Meng and I pushed him into the abyss and killed him. Who would have thought that he didn't die? Sina said. If that's the case, then let him do it again, Xin Lin said coldly. She looked at Yi Qian with resentment in her eyes. Then, her body glowed, and her clone disappeared. Sina's figure disappeared as well. Ben Sen Lu stared at Ji Wei and asked, Will the 8th heavenly god really come? Ji Wei said affirmatively, he will definitely come. Ben Sen Lu smiled faintly and said, It seems that this is a rather interesting matter. Then tell me, will father be interested in this matter? Ji Wei thought for a while and said, This matter is very important to the God world. I believe father will pay attention to it. Very good. After saying that, Ben Sen Lu's body glowed. A powerful aura burst out from his body. Chapter 2661. A genius will remember love in 1 second. I will provide you with wonderful novels to read. The aura of a heavenly god appeared. It was still so powerful and terrifying. The space around them seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stop. Everything had come to a halt. Even if Zichen wanted to run away, he didn't have the chance. Obviously, the heavenly god came too quickly. He couldn't move his body. Moreover, it was the 2nd heavenly god. The 2nd heavenly god appeared. He was tall and muscular, looking like a boorish man. However, according to the ranking of heavenly gods, he was the 2nd most powerful person in the divine world. After he appeared, the pressure around them suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt their bodies become lighter as they regained their freedom. Greetings, Father. Greetings, Father. Greetings, Great Heavenly God. Everyone, including Ben Senlu, bowed. Even Zichen and the others were no exception. Many people present had excited expressions on their faces because they were able to see a heavenly deity. After all, even the adopted sons of the heavenly gods couldn't meet such a powerful person, let alone them. Why did you ask me to come here? Luer, what happened? Where are the people you brought with you? The 2nd heavenly god turned around and looked at Ben Senlu. He had a faint smile on his face and a doting look on his face. Dead. They killed him. Father, you have to help me. Ben Senlu looked at Yi Qian. He didn't look at Zichen because his status was too low. He didn't deserve the attention of a son of heavenly god. The 2nd heavenly god turned around and saw Yi Qian. Then, he scanned the crowd, his eyes flashing with surprise. The aura of a life star is interesting. His eyes scanned the crowd and then looked at Ben Senlu again. He said indifferently, "Just because of this." The death of a level 8 expert was a big deal in everyone's eyes. However, in the eyes of a heavenly god, it was nothing. That's one of the reasons. Another reason is that Yang Wei said that this guy's status is special. He said that father would be interested. Ben Senlu pointed at Zi Chen and said. He didn't know what a heavenly god from a lifestar was, but he didn't care. The reason why he asked his father to come was that he found it interesting. A mere ancestor realm expert, what special identity does he have? Wag Wei, tell me, what is so special about him? The second heavenly god turned around and looked at Wag Wei. Father, this man's name is Zi Chen. He comes from the lifestar. He's a heaven-defying warrior there, said Yarrow Wei while clasping his fists. A heaven-defying expert from a lifestar? Didn't he die? The second heavenly god asked. Clearly, he was still aware of this matter. But he didn't die. Yong Wei said. Oh. The second heavenly god's expression changed slightly as he stared back at Zi Chen. Right at this moment, another 2 heavenly deity auras suddenly appeared. Everyone once again felt an immense pressure. Clearly, this was not done intentionally by the heavenly deity. It was just an unintentional release of his aura. If it was done intentionally, no one would be able to survive under such circumstances. The 2 celestial gods who had appeared were the 8th celestial god, Shi Bei, and the 9th celestial god, Pagoda Battle. Beside them were Sina and Xin Lin. Xin Lin's gaze was still cold as she looked in their direction. Greetings, heavenly deity. Everyone bowed again. During this time, Fan Li sent a message to Ben Senlu. Ben Senlu looked at the 2 of them and his expression changed. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. This was because both Sina and Xin Lin were 6th-level divine envoys. The 2 of them were able to break through so quickly only because of the mother nest. Clearly, this matter was related to the 2 of them. At this moment, Ben Senlu thought about how Xavier's doppelganger had appeared, but his real body was not present. He was almost certain that this matter was related to Yarrow Wei. You guys are also here. Are you here because of the heaven-defying warrior? Asked the second heavenly god. Luo Jins, this matter seems to have nothing to do with you, right? You came quite early to join in on the fun. Shi Bei glanced at the second heavenly god and then looked at Zi Chen. Feeling that familiar aura, his face was filled with astonishment as he said, Little guy, you really didn't die. Zi Chen did not say anything. At this moment, Yi Qian was standing next to Zi Chen and looking at her father. Pagoda Battle, at that time, you personally said that the heaven-defying warrior was dead. But now, he is still alive and has affected the trajectory of fate. What do you think we should do? Asked the second heavenly god, Luo Jins. What should we do? Just kill him and let fate continue to run its course, Westshell said. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Yi Qian took a step forward and spread her arms, using her body to protect Zi Chen. Shi Bei looked at Yi Qian and shook his head, saying, Little girl, you are still so stubborn. Pagoda Battle, this is your little girl. What do you think we should do? Pagoda Battle shook his head, saying, I do not agree. Do not agree? Do you know the consequences of your words? The 2 heavenly gods were watching the 9th heavenly god Pagoda Battle. Pagoda Battle said, Fate has been in the cycle of reincarnation for so long, but it has not gone according to our expectations. Have you not thought about whether there is a problem? Now that this heaven-defying warrior is still alive, it means that he has already defied the heavens and changed his fate. If the cycle of fate does not allow us to achieve the results we expected, then what about the heaven-defying warrior who has changed his fate? Will we be able to reach the step we're looking for? Shi Bei frowned, saying, Pagoda Battle, this is just your own guess. I still believe that we should follow the cycle of reincarnation. Because this is a cycle that we control. His existence is out of our control. Who knows what will happen in the future? Pagoda Battle looked at Zi Chen and then at Yi Qian. He said firmly, no matter what, I will not let him die this time. This is going against the rules of the god race. Pagoda Battle, you should know what the consequences are. Even if you are a heavenly god, you may not be able to bear it. Shibei looked at him. Pagoda Battle said solemnly, "No matter what the consequences are, I will accept it." "Father, you," Shinlin stared blankly at Pagoda Battle God. Her original intention was to find her father to kill the heaven-defying warrior. Because she saw that the relationship between the heaven-defying warrior and Yi Qian was not ordinary. She wanted to make Yi Qian sad. Who would have thought that after her father came here, he would protect the heaven-defying warrior? Second heavenly god Luo Jin Sai asked puzzledly, "Why?" Pagoda Battle God looked at Zi Chen and said, "Because he is Chen Er's fiancé." Clearly, the two heavenly gods' expression changed. They clearly understood the meaning of Pagoda Battle. There was only one reason for him to protect Zi Chen. It was for his daughter. The two of them naturally knew about Pagoda Battle God. They also knew that Pagoda Battle God had a daughter from the lower realm. He loved this daughter very much, but she was very cold to him. Yi Qian raised her head and looked at Pagoda Battle God. Her eyes became watery. Xin Lin was stunned. She looked at her father in front of her and then looked at Yi Qian in front of her. Her heart gave birth to a strong hatred. Why? They were both daughters. Why were the two treated so differently? Yi Qian was just a person from the lower realm. Why was she so good to her? Of course, she didn't dare to show her hatred to her heavenly godfather. So, she focused all of her hatred on Yi Qian. Is this reason enough? Pagoda Battle looked at Shibei and Luo Jin Sai. Of course, this reason is enough. However, this matter is very important. We can't just let it go. How about this? Let's call the others to discuss it together, Luo Jin Sai said. That's fine too. Shibei nodded. On the other side, Ji Wei clearly didn't expect the three heavenly gods to have such an attitude. According to the information he had gathered, once a heaven-defying cultivator was discovered to be revived, shouldn't they kill him without hesitation? He was stunned. Soon, the aura of the heavenly gods appeared again. One after another, heavenly gods appeared. Except for the first heavenly god, all the other heavenly gods had arrived. Next, heavenly god Shibei explained what had happened. All of the heavenly gods looked at Zi Chen in shock. In the eyes of the people in the distance, Zi Chen could make 8 heavenly gods gather together to discuss his matter. Even if he died, it would be worth it. Yi Qian was still standing in front of Zi Chen. She stretched out her arms, stubbornly blocking everyone. In the eyes of the heavenly gods, such stubbornness was somewhat cute. However, although she was cute, she still had to abide by the rules. Heaven-defying cultivators must follow the path of reincarnation. This kind of heaven-defying cultivator who transcends reincarnation is unreasonable. If it's unreasonable, then we must eliminate him, the third heavenly god said. His attitude was resolute. Not only is it unreasonable, but it's also uncontrollable. Pagoda Battle, everything else can be discussed, but not this matter, the fourth heavenly god said. I agree with the fourth heavenly god. All things in the world must be controlled by the heavenly realm, the fifth heavenly god said. I feel that since we haven't achieved our goal for so long, now that an uncontrollable factor has appeared, we should observe it. It's just a little doll. No matter how uncontrollable it is, it won't be a threat to us. Moreover, look at Pagoda Battle. She's so unyielding and has such a temperament. This is rare in the heavenly realm. I don't agree with killing him, the sixth heavenly god said. Even the abyss didn't kill him. This proves that the heavenly Tao won't let him die. Since he's so tenacious, why should we go against the heavenly Tao and kill him? The seventh heavenly god said. I also don't agree with killing him. Shibei said unhappily, we are pursuing the divine Tao. We are the rulers. The seventh heavenly god said calmly, but we are still under the heavenly Tao, aren't we? It's 3 against 3 now. Shibei, Luo Jins, what do you two think? Of course I choose to kill him, Sina said. Luo Jins, what about you? The seventh heavenly god looked at Luo Jins. Luo Jins said, although killing a tenacious little doll is somewhat cruel, in order to abide by the rules of the god race, we should still kill him. Sina laughed. 5 against 3. Kill him. Wei and the others let out sighs of relief. When heavenly gods spoke, They meant what they said. If they said to kill, then they naturally had to kill. No one could go against the will of a heavenly God, much less 8 heavenly gods. Chapter 2662. Genius remembers love. Go 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 little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Tyrant and the others rushed forward without hesitation, protecting Zichen behind them. Zichen didn't move. He didn't even have the thought of running away. Because these people were celestial gods, the strongest beings in the world. He was just a god's messenger. How could he escape? The celestial gods didn't put Tyrant and the others in their eyes. In their eyes, these people were like ants, raising their heads to protest against a giant. It was meaningless. Pagoda battle, the votes have been decided. We can't do anything, said the 7th celestial god. The pagoda battle god said, not to mention that there are 3 votes, even if there isn't one, I won't allow you to kill him. What? You don't even abide by the votes. Pagoda battle, are you trying to rebel? Shibei stared at the pagoda battle coldly. Rebel? Who wants to rebel? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, another celestial god's aura appeared. The 9th celestial god had appeared. The 9 celestial gods of the god world had gathered. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. A mere Zichen could make the 9 celestial gods gather together. What was the identity of the heaven-defying cultivator of the life star? Feeling the celestial god's aura, the 8 celestial gods were surprised. Then, they stood up straight and looked forward. Their expressions were serious. Obviously, they knew who had come. A celestial god surrounded by divine light appeared. No one could see her face clearly, but they could tell that she was a woman from her figure. At this moment, all the celestial gods had arrived, except for the 1st celestial god. Obviously, this celestial god was the 1st celestial god of the god world. But who would have thought that the 1st celestial god of the god world was a female celestial god? When the 1st celestial god appeared, the other celestial gods nodded at her. Their expressions were very polite. Lian Ye, why are you here? Asked the 2nd celestial god, Luo Jinsi, in surprise. Love Go Little said, Wk, why didn't you inform me that you were having a discussion here? Am I not a celestial god? I just heard that you want to rebel. Who is it? Could it be that you're discussing challenging my position? First heavenly deity Lian Ye said. Her voice was clear, yet pleasant to the ears. There was no powerful pressure to it either. However, the intense light emitted from her body made it impossible for others to look at her directly. When they heard her voice and saw her, many people outside the arena were stunned. Even Zichen and the others were surprised. The leader of the 9 great heavenly gods of the god realm was actually a female heavenly god. It's the tower battle. He wants to protect the heaven-defying warriors on the life stars. Loggins briefly explained what had happened and then told them the result of the vote. The voting results are out. Those who defy the heavens must die. It was clear that the result of the vote was 5-3, and it did not matter whether the 1st heavenly god voted or not. Although they did not have a chance to vote, the other heavenly gods were all looking at Lian Ye. As the 1st heavenly deity, she was the most mysterious. She almost never participated in the discussions between the heavenly deities, so this time, no one informed her. Who would have thought that she would actually come by herself? She looked back at Zichen and giggled. You're the heaven-defying warrior? You came out alive after entering the abyss. You're quite lucky. You're also quite pretty. She then looked at Yi Qian. A very pretty girl. She's beautiful and pure. Tower battle, I didn't expect you to have a daughter like her. No wonder you spoil her so much. If it were me, I would spoil her too. Also, I think the 2 of them are quite compatible. Not bad at all. Tower battle nodded slightly, his expression much better. As a heavenly god for many years, he was well aware of 1st heavenly god Lian Ye's status in the god realm, and the weight of her words. She was indeed not qualified to vote, because it was meaningless. Her words were much more important than the votes of the other 8 heavenly gods. The other heavenly gods clearly did not understand heavenly god Lian Ye's intentions, but from her tone, it did not seem to be a good idea. Thus, Loggins said, Lian Ya, we just voted. It's 5-3. So what? Lian Ya looked at Loggins. Loggins said, even if you vote and choose not to kill him, we still have a lot of votes. He still has to die. Hearing this, Lian Ya giggled. You all are so boring. This is Tower Battle's family affair. It's one thing for you to come here to join in the fun, but to vote. Don't you think it's boring? Look at the two of them. One is a talented man, the other a beautiful woman. They are a match made in heaven. You have the nerve to break up such a beautiful couple. Loggins said, they may be a good match, but this is not a family affair. This is a serious matter, a matter that concerns the rules of the God realm. Lian Ya looked at the second heavenly god and smiled. Loggins, you really are boring. No, I think you're just jealous of the two of them. They are a talented man and a beautiful woman, and they both love each other. Or perhaps, he was jealous of the pagoda battle. He had a beautiful and gentle daughter, and he found a good son-in-law who was both handsome and handsome. Loggins frowned. Lian Ya, let's get down to business. Lian Ya's smile faded. All right, let's get down to business. So many generations of defying heavens have been killed by you after failing to open the gate of heaven. Now, there is finally someone who has survived the abyss. Isn't this a good thing? He didn't open the gate of heaven last time. Who can guarantee that he won't be able to open it next time? Why don't you use your brains and think about it? Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. Lian Ya looked at the heavenly gods and said, I know what you want to say. We are the god race, the masters of this world. We can control all fate and everything in this world. That is true, but it is not absolute. We cannot control the fate of the heavenly Tao, because we still stand under the heavenly Tao and grow according to the heavenly Tao. Since he broke the rules we set and changed his fate, this is his fate and the heavenly Tao's arrangement. Lian Ya changed the topic and smiled again. Also, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a pair of beautiful women, this is true love between each other, do you understand? Nowadays, everyone in the God realm is chasing after benefits, and all kinds of marriage alliances. True love has long become a luxury. Now that one has finally appeared, you have to interfere. She looked back at Yi Qian and said, Little sister, the two of you are not married yet, right? When you get married, remember to tell big sister will give you a big gift. Yi Qian didn't know how to respond. She was excited and nervous. The other heavenly gods were startled. What kind of seniority is this? Finally, Lian Ya said, okay, you all can leave now. You don't have to care about the heavenly deities in the future. You have all lived in the God realm for too long. Your hearts are made of iron. If you have time, go to the lower realms. Maybe you can meet true love there. At that time, you will naturally understand the two of them. Although the last sentence was a joke, the previous words were definitely the will of the gods. That was the will of the first heavenly god, which far exceeded the result of the vote. The heavenly gods nodded and left one after another. The pagoda battle god looked back at Yi Qian, then looked at Zi Chen and said, Zi Chen, if you have time, go to the ninth heaven. I have something you are interested in there. Many thanks, heavenly god. Zi Chen cupped his fists and bowed. You are going to be a family soon, why are you still so polite? Hehe, how interesting. Lian Ya didn't leave and giggled. Thank you, Lian Ya. The pagoda battle god cupped his fists again and disappeared. Little guy, remember to look for the pagoda battle god. He should have a lot of good things. Look at you now. You don't have a cultivation base, you don't have any equipment, and you don't have any combat skills. You're too shabby. Lian Ya looked at Zi Chen and the others and shook her head, her face full of disdain. She then walked in front of Yi Qian and touched her face. As expected, your skin is as tender as big sister's. Remember to tell big sister when you get married. After saying that, Lian Ya also left. With all the heavenly gods gone, Zi Chen's life was saved. Only Ben Sen Lu's group and Ya Wei's group were left. Zi Chen looked at the ugly Yang Wei and said, I seem to have disappointed you. The results of the voting were already out, but the first heavenly god had abruptly nullified it. This was completely unexpected, and Yang Wei's face became very ugly. Xin Lin, who was already a 6th-level divine envoy, stared coldly at Yi Qian, her eyes full of hatred. Yang Wei. At this time, a cold voice sounded. It was Ben Senlu. Young master. Yang Wei looked at Ben Senlu. You dare to steal my mother nest, how dare you? Ben Senlu's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. I don't know what you mean, young master. Yang Wei said. You don't know, but I know. Zichen turned and cupped his fists towards Ben Senlu. Reporting to young master, the stealing of your mother nest was planned by Yang Wei. He was also the one who informed us when to take action. During this time, we came to an agreement that he would provide accurate clues and timing. After the deed was done, we would give him 80% of the loot. T, it's only 50%. Sina heard this and said coldly. Seeing the smile on Zichen's face, Sina knew that things were not going well. Oh, then it should be 50%. I don't remember clearly. Zichen chuckled. Yang Wei, I want you dead. Sina rushed towards Yang Wei. Wang. Energy surged from Yang Wei's body, releasing the aura of a 6th level. Clearly, he had reached 6th level long ago, but had been hiding. His methods were extremely brilliant. Let's go. With a low shout, he flew into the distance. Xavier's doppelganger disappeared. Sina and Xin Lin followed closely behind Yang Wei. However, the 3 4th-level bodyguards they had brought with them were left there forever. Yi Qian, just you wait. Xin Lin's voice came from afar. You won't be so lucky next time. Zichen, Yang Wei, will remember this. Let's talk about it after you survive. Zichen smiled faintly. Ben Senlu led his men and chased after Yang Wei. The experts he had brought with him were all dead. At this moment, he could only chase after Yang Wei. Seeing them leave one after another, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Especially Zichen, he felt extremely relaxed. Ever since he returned last time, he had been worried about being discovered and the consequences. But now, everything was fine. In the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the divine realm. He would no longer need to hide his many methods. Thank you. Zichen turned around and looked at Yi Qian, sincerely thanking her. You're welcome. Yi Qian smiled. The 4 women looked at each other and nodded silently without saying anything. Chapter 2663. When they returned to General City, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. No one had expected that Ben Senlu's battle would lead to such a scene. However, Zichen was safe now. He was free to fly. He was completely free. If Ben Senlu came here again, not only would they not be angry, they would even thank him. They might even give him some resources from the mother nest. Of course, the premise was that he dared to come back. What are we going to do next? Zhong Haotian, who had always been quiet, opened his mouth at this moment. What are we going to do? Of course, we're going to drink. For such a happy occasion, we have to drink for 3 days and 3 nights. No, we have to drink for 10 days and 10 nights to celebrate. Monk laughed. The others obviously did not have any objections. What else could make them happier than today? You guys stay here. I'll go buy some wine. Yi Qian smiled. She was naturally happy that Zichen was not in danger. Buy more. Monk said. Let's go. A light of energy appeared on Zichen's body. This light enveloped Yi Qian and the 2 of them disappeared. Since there was no need to hide, Zichen could perform long-distance teleportation. It only took a few teleportations and a few breaths of time to reach Qi Wei's city. Even as he teleported, he saw the fleeing Rocky below, as well as Ben Senlu, who was still chasing after him. Before Qi Wei could return to the city, Zichen had already arrived at his city. When Zichen and Yi Qian left, everyone was very excited. The city was filled with cheers. During this time, the 4 girls returned to their room. They were naturally happy that Zichen was safe. However, at this moment, the 4 girls were more ashamed than happy. Compared to Yi Qian, we are really too weak. Lin Shui said, feeling ashamed. It seems that we have never helped him much. Instead, we often cause trouble for him. This time, he is in danger and we can't do anything. Wang Xiana said. Shangguan Yue lowered her head and did not speak. Among these people, she was the weakest and seemed to be the most useless. They had all seen how Yi Qian helped Zi Chen. Without Yi Qian, Zi Chen's trip to the star path would have been very difficult. If it weren't for Yi Qian, the Life Star would have suffered a big loss in the previous battle. Perhaps, it would have been destroyed. If not for Yi Qian, how could they have today's achievements? If it wasn't for Yi Qian, Zi Chen would have died today. It could be said that Yi Qian had not only helped Zi Chen a lot, but also everyone else. All the people on this Life Star should thank her. Although they had never said anything, they had always kept this gratitude in their hearts. Yi Qian had never expressed her feelings for Zi Chen, but she had always stood behind Zi Chen, silently paying for him. This kind of sacrifice could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Even a blind person could feel it. Although they had tacitly accepted Yi Qian's existence in the past, today, they had to re-examine this issue. Zi Chen and Yi Qian came back. The four women walked out of the room, and the whole city cheered. It was a day worth celebrating. What do you plan to do next? Craftsman Ancestor looked at Zi Chen and asked. I want to go back to the Life Star first, said Zi Chen. Everybody looked at him. The principle there is still suppressed. I have to go back and release the principle. When the principle of heaven and earth is released, the experts on the Life Star will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Zi Chen turned to look at Yi Qian. Then, I want them to come to the divine world. Anyway, they can grow faster here. It was both a statement and a question. Yi Qian didn't hesitate. She nodded and smiled. That's good. Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian and smiled. He was very grateful. He hadn't finished, but everybody understood. Next, they would use this city as the foundation to develop. Then, they would expand to other places, making the Life Star a place in this world. If they could achieve this, it would be a brand new step for the Life Star. With the appearance of countless Ancestor Realm experts, the aliens would no longer attack the Life Star. Even if they attacked, with them guarding the Life Star, nothing would happen. Nobody had any objection to this. However, if they wanted to go back, they would need someone to lead the way. This person could only be Yi Qian. The Mother Nest could only help people break through to level 6. After Zi Chen and the others broke through, Yi Qian handed the remaining Mother Nest to Toby for him to distribute. Since Zi Chen was no longer in danger, Zi Chen's fighting strength was equivalent to a group of God's envoys. It would be very easy for him to hunt level 6 creatures from another spacetime. Should we go to the 9th heaven? In the main hall of the castle, everybody was sitting there to discuss matters. Yi Qian's seat at the top was empty. She wasn't used to sitting there. Next, they discussed the matter of going to the 9th heaven. Before leaving, Pagoda Battle God said that there was something suitable for them there. It was all of them, not just Zi Chen alone. In addition, the first heavenly god also expressed his disdain for them. During that period, they already had strength and combat skills. We must go to the 9th heaven. The voice of the craftsman ancestor sounded in the quiet hall. Although Zi Chen's fighting strength was the strongest in this team, the one who had the most right to speak was the craftsman ancestor. Everyone nodded. This time, Zi Chen was safe because of Pagoda Battle God. Whether Pagoda Battle God invited them or not, they must go. Especially Zi Chen, no matter what, he should go and thank him in person. The problem now is, when should we go? Obviously, this was the problem that everyone should discuss. Shadowless hasn't come back yet. When he comes back, we will go together. Zi Chen said. The others nodded. Although they couldn't see Shadowless, they all recognized his existence and regarded him as a member of the team. Zi Chen said. During this period, I want to go back to the Life Star first. After all, the sooner I go back, the sooner I can cultivate the strongest. No one had any objection to this. Moreover, many people expressed their desire to go back with him. For example, Tyrant, who obtained the shield and reached the 6th level, with his character, he should go back and show off, telling the world that he has become stronger. You guys don't need to go back. Take the contribution points and divine crystals and go to other places to see if you can exchange them for more things. Or, stay here and comprehend the ancestral shield steely. They can ignore the other ancestral steles, but they must comprehend the ancestral shield stele, because everyone needs the shield intent to defend. During this period, although Tyrant is stingy, he has to contribute his strongest defensive technique. This way, it will be easier to comprehend. After the matter was settled, it was time to set off. This time, Yi Qian and Zi Chen went to the Life Star. During this period, he left the ancestral shield stele and the ancestral sword stele for everyone to comprehend. He left with the ancestral shield stele. When he left, he still chose to teleport. After arriving at Shaky City, he saw that the city was still intact. Obviously, Ben Senlu didn't really do anything to Shaky. Given Shaky's intelligence, the two of them should have reached some kind of agreement. However, Shaky's losses this time were definitely not small. After that, they returned to the old Divine City. This place had the last part of the heavenly lightning wings. The two of them didn't stay here for long. They left the Divine City and returned to the Star Path. It was worth mentioning that the 6th rank Yi Qian already had a few tricks up her sleeve. She could easily take Zi Chen out of the Divine City. After that, the two of them returned to the sinful starfield and borrowed a path to return to the martial heaven continent. Or perhaps it should be said that they returned to the Boundless Sect. The instant the two of them appeared in the Boundless Sect, the laws of this world sensed the aura of Zi Chen's heaven-defying soul. The laws of heaven and earth began to surge. The previously invisible laws became exceptionally clear at this moment. The heavenly Taos could sense them everywhere. Wind rose, clouds moved, and the ground cracked. Spiritual energy surged out, radiating dazzling light. The mountain peak exploded, and countless crystals flew out like an erupting volcano. The heavenly Taos became stronger, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth from the void to replenish this withered world. For a time, the world's spiritual energy was dense. All kinds of energy light gathered together like ribbons because they were too condensed. In an instant, a world with vague laws had turned into a fairyland. Such an unforeseen event shocked all the living beings in the Tianwu continent. The former Saint Burial Ground had completely exploded. The chaotic energy that the four women had absorbed back then was all released at this moment. The entire Tianwu continent was shrouded in fog, but this wasn't a bad thing because this fog was pure energy. Such a dense amount of spiritual energy stunned all the living beings present. It seemed that this kind of situation had only happened in prehistoric times. Looking at the density of the spiritual energy, it seemed to be even denser than in prehistoric times. Those who had reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through for a long time looked up at the sky at this moment. They could clearly feel the laws. The fake heavens directly broke through to the heaven realm. And some of them even touched the threshold of the saint realm. They believed that it wouldn't be long before they broke through. The resources that had lost their effectiveness were also full of vitality because of the recovery of the laws. This change was most obvious in the Wuji sect. At this moment, all the buildings in the Wuji sect seemed to show signs of turning into energy. However, the disciples of the Wuji sect who sensed this scene didn't feel surprised. Instead, they felt worried. If all these buildings were to be transformed into pure crystals, they would definitely become a huge treasure. When that time came, they would naturally be coveted by others. Some of them had sharp senses and knew that the change was coming from behind, so they all rushed back. There was a small forbidden area there, and a teleportation formation was sealed. However, when they arrived, they found that the sealed teleportation formation had already been activated. And in front of the teleportation formation, there were two people standing. Because of the fog, they couldn't see the two people's faces clearly, so they all shouted. Some of them were holding the methods left behind by Wang Xian and the others. They gathered their courage and walked forward. Then, they saw the two people's faces clearly. Then, they knelt on the ground with abnormally excited expressions. Chapter 2664. They were all juniors and had never seen Zi Chen before. However, that didn't stop them from recognizing Zi Chen. This wasn't just because Goddess Yi Qian was by his side. It was also because there was a portrait of Zi Chen in the Boundless sect. Thus, the moment they saw Zi Chen's face, the portrait appeared in their minds. The Boundless sect's disciples all knelt down. Even more people rushed over and knelt down. Among them were Zhong Chutian and Wu Xinyu. After many years of development, they had become the strongest existences in the boundless sect. Zichen looked up at the sky, releasing his spiritual aura. He had heard Su Mengyaro talk about the dangers that had occurred in this world after he had entered the abyss. He was worried that the same dangers would occur in this chaotic world. However, this worry was unnecessary. His soul had recovered, and this world had become even stronger. All kinds of heavenly Taos had appeared, suppressing any changes. At this moment, all the existences on this life star were undergoing a baptism of spiritual energy. It was like a baptism of marrow. There were even some mortals who were seriously ill. Not only did their bodies not explode, but they also miraculously recovered from their serious illnesses. They knelt on the ground excitedly, kowtowing to the sky and chanting that it was a miracle. The entire Boundless Sect's buildings had been crystallized, turning into pure energy crystals. However, the Boundless Sect's disciples were no longer afraid. They knelt there, excited. The ancestor who had founded the Boundless Sect had returned. What did they have to be afraid of? Let alone the crystallized buildings, even if the entire Boundless Sect was filled with treasures, they wouldn't be afraid. They were very clear that in the Boundless Sect's history, the Boundless Sect had gathered the majority of the world's resources. Compared to that time, these crystallized buildings were nothing. Furthermore, since the ancestor had returned, perhaps the Boundless Sect's name would once more shake the martial heaven continent and become the #1 power. The Boundless Sect's name had already shaken the martial heaven continent. When their saints had returned, their name had already shaken the continent. As for becoming the #1 power, that was an extravagant hope. That was because Zichen would no longer participate in the Boundless Sect's matters. Zichen walked out, and his true appearance appeared in the fog. He looked at the people kneeling in front of him and said, "Rise, all of you." "Thank you, old ancestor." Everyone bowed respectfully. When they got up, they were exceptionally excited. Zichen looked at Zhong Chutian and Wu Xinyu and said, "Don't be so excited, haven't we already met?" The two of them were stunned when they heard this. Zichen smiled, but didn't say anything. He walked forward. The two of them seemed to have come to their senses. Their eyes immediately widened in disbelief. Zichen didn't stay in the Everlasting Sect for long. He flew out and stood in the air above the Everlasting Sect. "All living beings of the martial sky continent, listen up. I am this generation's heaven-defying Zichen. All the saints in this world had entered the star path and were not allowed to stay here anymore. Saint King, enter the central world of the star path and report to the divine city's craftsman manor. Once you reach the 8th grade, I will bring you to the divine world to cultivate." Zichen merged his voice into the heavenly Tao, and his words spread to every corner of the martial heaven continent. At this moment, all living beings could hear his voice transmission. Perhaps many people didn't know who he was, but the experts of those forces definitely knew. And at this moment, the entire martial heaven continent would be shaken because of Zichen's voice. Especially the Wang family's people. To them, who had never lost their inheritance, they were very clear about what Zichen's name meant. In the Everlasting Sect's heyday, Zichen was the absolute peak existence of the Everlasting Sect. Although the sect master had changed again and again, he was still the sect master in everyone's heart. He was publicly recognized as the strongest expert. They hadn't expected him to come back, and he had come back alive. Zichen merged his voice into the heavenly Tao. Following this, all living beings in the martial heaven continent would be able to hear his voice when they reached the Saint Realm. After that, he and Yi Qian left the martial heaven continent and went to the Zhon martial continent. The changes here were still happening. In truth, the moment Zichen had stepped onto the Life Star, the entire Life Star had changed because of his return. It had become full of opportunities. After that, Zichen had said the same thing. After that, Zichen had gone to other places, such as the Devil World. It went without saying that to the Devil race, humans were crafty and untrustworthy. In order to resist the foreign races, they had lost many experts. But in the end, they had been driven away from the place they had sacrificed countless lives for. When Zichen appeared, His voice spread to every corner of the devil race. For a moment, it caused quite a stir among the devil race. If the devil race still believed in the words of humans, then Zichen's name was at the very top. All the tribes had records of Zichen. But in those records, he had most likely died. They hadn't expected him to reappear. If you still want to return to the martial heaven continent, the gates there will always be open for you. Zichen left behind these words before disappearing again, heading to other continents. He and Yi Qian were going to notify all the regions. And in the martial heaven continent, Zichen's reappearance as a heaven defier caused another stir. Zichen was a name that represented a legend. A legend that had once belonged to him had disappeared with the previous era. But as this name reappeared, people couldn't help guessing whether he was going to rewrite his own legend. From the sound transmission, it wasn't hard to imagine that Zichen was ordering all the saints to take them to the divine world. No one knew what kind of place the divine world was, but they could guess that it was a new battlefield. It was the place where Zichen's new legend would be written. On this life star, there were many planets and many continents. Perhaps the number couldn't compare to the spacetime of the foreign races, but this was known as the birthplace of life. It was a place where miracles happened. After Zichen released his soul, there were naturally laws that guided him to every place. With his identity as a heaven defier, his voice had spread to every corner of this life star. Furthermore, he had also imprinted his own voice into the laws. Any life form that possessed a life star's soul would be able to hear Zichen's voice once they reached the saint realm. Then they would follow the guidance of his voice. On this day, the two of them once more arrived on a continent. This continent was only half the size of the martial heaven continent, but there were many life forms here. There was a certain kind of life form that was the ruler of this continent, the winged race. When Zichen arrived, he saw a grand gathering. The sky was filled with the winged race's cultivators. They had spread their wings and were flying around a huge mountain peak. Loud cheers rang out one after another. They were clearly very excited. "What are they doing?" asked Yi Qian. "I don't know, but I found something interesting." Zichen smiled and flew down. Once they got closer, Yi Qian saw that the winged race was extremely far away from the mountain peak. They were unable to get close. Every time a winged race person tried to get close, a powerful force would surge out and send the winged race person flying. Each time a winged race member tried to get close and was sent flying, a loud cheer would ring out. It seemed like the winged race was cheering. The appearance of the two of them naturally attracted the attention of the winged race. They clearly didn't welcome these uninvited guests. Thus, they began to fly toward the two of them, their brows filled with iciness. "Outsiders are not allowed to approach the sacred land of the winged race," warned one of them. Zichen smiled faintly. The power in his body surged, and a powerful shockwave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Within this fluctuation, all the winged race members that tried to get close were sent flying. In an instant, countless winged tribe members flew backward, their faces filled with shock. Following that, they noticed that the two of them had landed on the sacred mountain that they were unable to approach. In the next moment, that man attacked, sending a palm down from the peak of the sacred mountain. Kaka when that palm landed, the entire sacred mountain split open. A powerful aura was released from the sacred mountain. When the winged race saw the sacred mountain split open, they were both shocked and furious. They began to shout. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, silhouettes flew out from the sacred mountain. All of them were allowed to enter the sacred mountain to cultivate. When they saw the two people at the peak, they were also filled with shock. "Who dares to cause trouble on the sacred mountain?" shouted one of the elders. Buzz. The man didn't answer. He slammed his palm down again, and the sacred mountain in the eyes of the Wings clan completely split apart. The ground rumbled as the sacred mountain split apart. A powerful aura surged out from the bottom of the sacred mountain, forming an indescribable fluctuation that spread out. After the fluctuation appeared, all of the Wings race were shaken away, including the elders who were previously cultivating in the sacred mountain. They were also shaken far away. That powerful aura caused all the winged race members to feel fear. They all raised their heads to look at the sacred mountain peak. They saw that the woman didn't have any reaction to that powerful aura. As for the man from before, 10 wings appeared on his back. His wings flashed with dazzling lightning, as if lightning chains were coiling around them. An extremely powerful aura burst forth from that man. When all the winged race members felt that aura, they only had one word in their hearts. And that was destruction. This was the aura of destruction. As long as he wanted to, he could completely destroy this world. Of course, Zichen wasn't here to destroy this world. After he revealed the heavenly lightning wings, he pointed a finger downwards. As he pointed his finger, a stone tablet that was emitting a powerful light appeared from the ground and headed upwards. On the ancestral tablet, there was a pair of wings. The wings were emitting a powerful light. That was the ancestral winged tablet. Chapter 2665. Seeing the ancestral winged stele, Zichen was surprised. He had never thought that there would be such an ancestral stele that represented extreme speed. Apparently, this thing was the same as the ancestral saber stele. If one couldn't comprehend the meaning of the ancestral saber stele, no one on this lifestar could approach it. The reason why Zichen wasn't blown away was that he had the heavenly thunder wings to protect him. The saber and the ancestral saber stele were together, and the heavenly thunder wings and the ancestral wing stele were together. Zichen opened his world and took the ancestral wing stele. The surging aura between heaven and earth disappeared. The winged clan members hovered in the sky, looking at Zichen with the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings in fright. They didn't know who Zichen was. Although he also had wings, his aura was totally different from theirs. Most importantly, Zichen had taken the supreme treasure that the winged clan had relied on to survive under the sacred mountain. Without the sacred mountain, how could they comprehend that speed? How could the winged clan become stronger? However, the others' aura was too strong enough to destroy this world. Although they were furious, they didn't dare to step forward. This is the ancestral wing stele. It's a waste to leave it here. I'll take it back to the divine world. Zichen turned around to look at the winged clan members. As for the extreme speed, I can give you something else to comprehend. As he spoke, Zichen formed a seal with his hands. The energy between heaven and earth gathered towards him at that moment. When the energy between the heavens and the earth gathered, the power of the rules between the heavens and the earth also surged, descending from the sky and arriving before Zichen. The energy gathered and turned into 9 huge steles. Then, Zichen pointed at his sea of consciousness. His soul energy appeared, splitting into 9 and imprinting on the 9 steles. The steles were 9 jong tall, and each of them had a pair of wings. It was a replica of the ancestral wing stele, just like the sword stele they had before. It contained Zichen's comprehension of the 9 passing thunderbolts. The 9 replicas of the ancestral wing stele fell on the ground, shining brightly. After doing all this, Zichen left in a flash. All living beings in this world, listen up. I am this generation's defiant, Zichen. All saints will enter the star path. Saint kings will enter the depths of the star path and head to the divine city's craftsman manor. After you reach level 8, I will bring you to the divine realm to cultivate. Zichen left, and his voice echoed in this world. The wings race raised their heads, looking at the place where Zichen had disappeared. Today's scene had given them too much shock. The blow it had given them was also too great. The sacred mountain was gone, and so was the treasure. After an unknown amount of time, the winged race finally reacted and flew towards the 9 stone steles. However, when they were about 100 feet away, a powerful aura was emitted from the 9 stone tablets. The wings on them flickered unceasingly, as if they were about to come alive. Among them, there were a few elders from the Wings clan who slowly walked forward. However, they could only move forward 200 feet at most before they could no longer move forward. Their souls were released and landed on the 9 stone tablets one after another. Their previously anxious expressions changed little by little. When their souls swept across all 9 stone tablets, their faces were filled with shock. After that, they turned around and kowtowed in the direction where Zichen had disappeared. Their expressions were filled with excitement and gratitude. Without a doubt, The extreme speed contained in the 9 stone tablets was more suitable for them. Following that, all the wings race landed and knelt on the ground. With these 9 stone tablets, the wings race would become even more glorious. Although they had lost a sacred mountain, that expert had left them with a treasure that could be used to build 9 more sacred mountains. Without a doubt, they had profited greatly. I didn't expect there to be an ancestral tablet here. After leaving this world, Yi Qian said in surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. However, since that's the case, it's necessary to go to every world and see if we can get anything else. Zi Chen nodded. Then, the two sped up. Almost every time they teleported, they would arrive at a new world. After arriving at this world, Zi Chen used the world's rules to sense the abnormality here. His main goal was to find the ancestral tablet. However, luck didn't favor him. After staying here for a few years, he didn't find anything. After that, it was time for them to return. Before returning, Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian and said, "We still have a lot of time. Since we're back, let's go and see Auntie." Yi Qian nodded and looked at Zi Chen with a smile. She seemed to be very happy. The two returned to the world where Yi Qian was born. With a teleport, they arrived at a sea of flowers. The sea of flowers here was even larger than before. Among them, the most eye-catching was the large expanse of fallen butterfly flowers. As Yi Qian ran past from the side, colorful butterflies spread their wings and flew up, sprinkling specks of light on their bodies. Yi Qian ran in the sea of colorful butterflies. Zi Chen followed behind with a smile on his face as he looked at this moving scene. Strange butterflies flew past him one after another. Zi Chen once more saw Yi Qian's mother. She was very happy to see Yi Qian return. Then when she saw Zi Chen, her smile became even wider. "Zi Chen, you're back." "Yes." "Greetings, Auntie." Zi Chen walked up and bowed. "I knew you'd be fine. Why did you come back today?" asked Chen's mother. "Yi Qian said she missed you, so she came back to see you." Come in, come in. You've developed well in the divine world, right?" Chen's mother was very enthusiastic. "Mom, I'm your biological daughter. Why do you only look at Zi Chen and not me?" Yi Qian acted like a spoiled child. "Girl, aren't you doing well? Look at Zi Chen. He hasn't come back to see me in a long time." Chen's mother tapped Yi Qian's forehead and continued to look at Zi Chen. "Do you see the sea of flowers outside? Auntie's skills aren't bad, right?" Zi Chen nodded. "If Auntie says she's second, no one would dare to say they're first. Our Zi Chen really knows how to talk." Chen's mother personally cooked a sumptuous lunch for the two of them. During the meal, she kept putting food on Zi Chen's plate. She was very good to him. After the meal, Zi Chen walked out of the room and strolled around the sea of flowers. Yi Qian stayed in the room with her mother to talk. After staying here for a day, the two of them headed to the divine world. When they returned to the divine world and returned to Jiang City, Shadowless had already returned. "When did you come back?" Zi Chen looked at Shadowless. In this world, he was the only one who could see Shadowless. When the others heard Zi Chen speak, they realized that Shadowless had been beside them the entire time. "I just came back. How was it?" "I found a few mother nests, but their levels aren't very high, almost all of them are level 6. Shadowless said. "Level 6 is also good. If you don't need them, you can give them to others. If you have time, you can go and hunt them down." Zi Chen asked. "Didn't you find any other level?" "I found a level 8 one, but it's already fully formed. It's very dangerous." Zi Chen thought for a while and said, "We'll go and take a look when we have time. Next, we'll go to the 9th heaven. You can come with us." "Okay." Shadowless nodded. When he came back, he heard the conversation between Tyrant and the others. He already knew what happened before. No one else could see him. Instead of staying here alone, it's better to follow Zi Chen. At least, Zi Chen can accompany him to talk. A group of existences from a life star all entered Zi Chen's world. After that, Zi Chen teleported everyone away. After arriving at Towering City, Zi Chen didn't see Towering City. This matter has already passed. He believes that everyone will work hard to develop their forces in the future. It should be a peaceful period for a long time. Of course, the premise is that no other mother nests will be found in that city. Otherwise, there will be a dispute. On the way to the ninth heaven, Zichen informed Tyrant and Wang Xian. The two of them are looking for the ancestral stele all over the divine realm. The two sides met up, then went to the ninth heaven to find the tower fighting heavenly god. The city of the tower fighting heavenly god is located in the center of the ninth heaven. It's a heavenly god city. The forces of the ninth heaven began to expand with this heavenly god city as the center. After arriving at this city, the others stayed in their worlds. Zichen and Yi Qian went to the heavenly god mansion. When the two arrived outside the heavenly god mansion, the butler of the heavenly god mansion was already waiting for them. "Miss is back. This must be young Master Zichen. Come in quickly." The butler seemed very enthusiastic. Zichen bowed, and Yi Qian nodded. The two of them followed the butler to the heavenly god mansion. Midway, the two of them unexpectedly met Kai Meng and Xin Lin. Xin Lin didn't know Zichen before, and she didn't know that he was the skeleton. So at this time, she was staring at Yi Qian coldly. Kai Meng's attention fell on Zichen. He coldly said, "I didn't expect your life to be so tough. Even the abyss didn't kill you." Zichen looked at Kai Meng and said indifferently, "The same goes for you. You're courting death." Kai Meng's eyes flashed coldly. "I hope the next time we meet, you'll be able to say the same thing." Threatening a heavenly god's son in the heavenly god mansion? "Yi Qian, the dog you brought is too disobedient," sneered Xin Lin. Yi Qian looked at Xin Lin and icily said, "Impudent. Do you think you can call me by my name? Zichen is your brother-in-law. If you call him that, then what are you? Are you worse than a dog or a pig? You're the lower realms wretch who's worse than a dog or a pig. You bitch, you." Xin Lin was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She was the daughter of a heavenly god. When had she ever been humiliated like this? She bitterly glared at Yi Qian. "Come in." The ninth heavenly god's voice rang out, interrupting Xin Lin's words. "Miss, young Master Zichen, let's go," said the butler. The three of them walked forward. "Sixth sister, I heard you have a subordinate who knows the god binding hand, and it's a complete version. You should be careful. There are many people in the 10th heaven who are coveting the god binding hand." Kai Meng's voice rang out from behind them. "You don't need to worry about that," replied Yi Qian coldly. Chapter 2666. This was Zichen's third time seeing the ninth heavenly god. Unlike the previous two times, the ninth heavenly god did not emit any aura. He had retracted all of his aura, and he looked like an elder who had stood up to welcome the two of them. "Greetings, heavenly god." Zichen clasped his fists and bowed. Yi Qian stood there and did not say anything. "Sit." The ninth heavenly god gestured for the two of them to sit. Then, he looked at Zichen and said, "Speaking of which, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see Qian." Yi Qian's face reddened. At this moment, the ninth heavenly god was personally pouring tea. Yi Qian walked forward and received the cup. The ninth heavenly god smiled and said, "See, with you here, I've become much more diligent." Yi Qian's face reddened even more. She appeared very shy. Zichen sat down nervously, yet didn't know what to say. "Don't be nervous. Just treat this as a normal conversation." The ninth heavenly god handed Zichen a cup of tea and said, "It's rare for you to come back with Qian. Have you decided when to get married?" "Married?" Zichen was flattered that the heavenly god was personally handing him tea. Now that he heard the heavenly god's words, his hand trembled, and the tea almost spilled out. Yi Qian acted as if she did not hear him. She handed the heavenly god a cup of tea and poured another cup for herself. "From the looks of it, you don't seem willing." The heavenly god looked at Zichen with the same smile on his face. Zichen hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I'm very willing, but what?" The heavenly god asked. "But right now, I don't have my own city, nor do I have my own faction. If I get married just like this, it'll be too childish for Yi Qian," Zichen said. Do you think Chen needs these things by following you? Of course not. It's just that if she wants to settle down in the immortal realm, these things are indispensable. The ninth heavenly god said, "You don't have them, but I do. I can give them to you. I'll give you anything you want." Ah! Chen was stunned. He had not expected the heavenly deity to have such an attitude. "Dad, don't make things difficult for Chen. The two of us are fine like this," Chen said. "I'm not making things difficult for him. I'm just worried about the two of you," the ninth heavenly god said with a smile. He looked at Chen and said, "Chen, am I right?" "Yes, yes." Chen held the teacup with both hands and nodded. "God is concerned about the two of us." The heavenly god laughed and said, "Only Chen knows how to talk." Chen looked at Chen's nervous expression. She turned to Cammy and said unhappily, "Look at how scared he is. If we knew that you called him here to scare him, we wouldn't have come back." "I'm not scaring you. Chen is just too nervous. Maybe it's because he's excited about getting married." God of Heaven smiled and said, "Chen, don't be nervous. Drink your tea. Since you're here, act like you're at home. Just treat it as an old man nagging. Last time, I called you back because I happened to find an ancient battlefield. There should be something you need there." "What ancient battlefield?" Chen asked. The pagoda battle god said, "The most ancient battlefield. Many experts from the life stars died there. You two might not know, but in the earliest times, the life stars were allies with the god race. They used to fight together against the enemy. At that time, the experts on the life stars were not weaker than the god race." Chen listened quietly. He had heard about this from Shadowless. After that battle, the life stars declined. The god race became independent. They created the god world and fought against the creatures from the other spacetime. Since then, very few people from the life stars were able to reach the god world. After a long time, their highest realm stopped at the Great Saint realm. Of course, this is not absolute. That year, a few experts appeared and killed Zeus god. Speaking of which, I can become a god because of the ancestors on your life stars. Obviously, Pagoda Battle God was joking. Who would dare to accept the gratitude of a god of heaven? Chen's mind was filled with thoughts about the ancient battlefield. If there were some remnants of the battle, he might be able to comprehend some battle techniques. Then, they chatted for a while. Of course, it was the god of heaven who was talking. Chen listened quietly and occasionally responded. Chen saw that Chen was uncomfortable, so she asked where the ancient battlefield was. Obviously, she didn't want to stay here any longer. Pagoda Battle God suggested that they eat first, but Chen refused. Chen was so nervous that even talking was strenuous. If he ate with him, he would go crazy. Pagoda Battle God signaled the housekeeper to bring them to the entrance of the ancient battlefield. The two of them walked out of the room. Before Chen could relax, Pagoda Battle God's voice sounded in his mind. Chen, that ancient battlefield will be Chen-er's dowry. When Chen heard this, his footsteps paused slightly. Chen turned to look at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing." Chen shook his head and smiled. "Let's go." Since Chen obtained the identity of goddess, she had been helping Chen. She had been following behind him and contributing silently. Chen was very clear about this. Since the god of heaven was so concerned about Chen, he believed that he also understood. This time, when Chen came, the god of heaven repeatedly mentioned this matter. Of course, there was a reason. He didn't want Chen to follow behind him and contribute stupidly. She was the daughter of the god of heaven, the most blessed goddess in the entire god world. Why should she follow a stupid kid who had nothing? Moreover, she didn't have any status. She contributed stupidly and didn't get anything in return. Chen cared about Chen. She could choose not to say it and follow him willingly. However, the god of heaven obviously couldn't. He could respect Chen's opinion and acknowledge Chen. However, he couldn't let Chen follow Chen just like that. Chen was very clear about this. Especially the last sentence, it represented the will of the god of heaven. Of course, Before this, he was still a father first. Actually, Zi Chen's heart had always been conflicted. He had known Yi Qian for a long time. The two of them cooperated very well. For Yi Qian, he could be her bodyguard for life. As for the two of them being together, he never had such extravagant hopes. Even though he understood Yi Qian's unspoken feelings, he never had such extravagant hopes to be together with a daughter of the God of Heaven. This time, the matter had been made clear. He had no choice but to face this problem. Don't mind him. He's just looking for something to talk about. As they walked, Yi Qian transmitted her voice to the absent-minded Zi Chen. Zi Chen took the initiative to hold Yi Qian's hand. He could clearly feel Yi Qian's body trembling. If you don't mind, this matter is settled. Zi Chen transmitted his voice. "WH. What matter?" Yi Qian transmitted her voice after a while. "It's about the marriage. But, I can't let you stand in front of everything and protect me, right? Actually, I can also shelter you from the wind and rain. Zi Chen, don't lose your mind. This matter is obviously intentional by father." Yi Qian's voice became very nervous. It was as if Zi Chen had just faced the God of Heaven. Zi Chen transmitted his voice. "The one who's lost my mind is you. This time, the God of Heaven has enlightened me. I've faced my heart. Of course, if you think that a poor boy like me who has nothing is not worthy of you, you can reject me." "How? When did I have such thoughts? As long as I follow you, I'm willing to go anywhere with you." Yi Qian transmitted her voice anxiously again. Zi Chen smiled and did not let go of Yi Qian's hand. "But, don't you need to discuss this matter with Sister Meng Yarrow and the rest? I can feel their feelings. Their hearts are the same as mine." Zi Chen's action of taking the initiative to hold her hand naturally could not escape the God of Heaven's perception. The corner of his mouth revealed a faint smile. "Silly girl, isn't this fine? What you lack is an external force. In the God realm, the most important method to stabilize one's power was through marriage. For example, in the ninth heaven's God Pagoda battle, he had already done so many times. No matter if it was Kai Meng's mother or Xinlin's mother, they were all united by marriage. They had very ancient powers behind them. Only then would they be qualified to marry a God of Heaven. As for pure love, it did not exist in the God realm. This was because the children of the God of Heaven would also become the object of marriage. It could be said that in the entire God realm, among all the children of the God of Heaven, Yi Qian was the only one who did not have a maternal power. However, among all the children of the Pagoda battle god, he only favored the sixth heavenly daughter. Only when he truly loved her could he protect Zi Chen at all costs. Only then would he want her to obtain true happiness and not become a tool for marriage in the future. Under the lead of the housekeeper, the three of them left the god manor and went to the courtyard beside it. This was the goddess manor. It was also the only goddess manor in the god city that was close to the god manor. It was also built under the supervision of the pagoda battle god. Without a doubt, this manor was specially prepared for Yi Qian. This was also the reason why Yi Qian did not like Xinlin. Xinlin felt that she was the youngest daughter of the God of Heaven. However, the God of Heaven treated her much worse than Yi Qian. Even though she received more from the God of Heaven than Yi Qian. Seeing the housekeeper enter the goddess manor, Yi Qian said in astonishment, "The entrance to the ancient battlefield is here?" The housekeeper nodded. "When did father place the entrance to the ancient battlefield here?" Yi Qian asked. "Last time when young Miss returned from the god city." The housekeeper smiled. After entering the goddess manor, all the maids bowed respectfully. During this time, they were also sizing up Zi Chen with curiosity and kept stealing glances at him. Clearly, they had already guessed Zi Chen's identity. They were naturally curious about someone who could make the goddess fall in love with him. "You can all disperse." The housekeeper waved his hand and the maids quickly left. During this time, Yi Qian did not speak. She was thinking about the housekeeper's words. The last time she came here, it was after she had just met Skeleton and confirmed that he was Zi Chen. At that time, she was going to bring people to train. Could it be that her God of Heaven father had already sensed something at that time? Or could it be that he had already predicted this scene? Under the housekeeper's lead, the three of them passed through the goddess manor and finally arrived at a pavilion. After entering the pavilion, they saw that it was empty. The housekeeper stepped forward and raised his hand to release waves of energy. At the center of the pavilion, space distorted and a world passage appeared. The housekeeper stepped to the side and respectfully said, "Young Miss, young Master Zi Chen, this is the entrance to the ancient battlefield." Zi Chen thanked him. Yi Qian nodded and the housekeeper left. Worried that they would not be able to open the world after entering, Zi Chen let everyone out. Chapter 2667. Before this, Zi Chen's god clone had told them the purpose of their visit. Thus, they knew that this was the entrance to the ancient battlefield. "Let's go." As Zi Chen spoke, the group entered the ancient battlefield one after another. As soon as they arrived at the ancient battlefield, they felt an oppressive aura. Sensing the source of this pressure, their faces changed. In the next moment, a strong resistance was felt, and everyone except Yi Qian was sent flying backwards. The people who were sent flying looked ahead and saw many stone steles. Some of the stone steles had a saber, some a sword, some a shield, and some a wing. There was even a picture of a spear that Zi Chen had never seen before. Apparently, these were the ancestral steles. They were the objects of the ancient inheritance. To the existences on the life stars, these were the most precious treasures. While they were looking at the ancestral steles in awe, a voice arose in the void. "Young Master Zi Chen, are you satisfied with the dowry that Master has prepared?" Hearing that, they were stunned. Their eyes fell on Zi Chen and Yi Qian. Yi Qian's face reddened, showing her anger. She stepped forward, divine light moving around her delicate body. She was about to leave this place to reason with them. Zi Chen pulled Yi Qian back. He shook his head at her and said, "I'm satisfied. I'll take them. Please tell the God of Heaven that I will marry Yi Qian in a dignified manner one day. Then we'll wait for that day to come." Apparently, they understood the meaning of these resources. They were stunned and didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was a little strange. "Why are you still in a daze? These are good things. Why don't you take them?" Su Mengyaro looked at Zi Chen and smiled. "Besides these things, we're giving you one more person. Aren't you happy?" Wang Xian Lin Shui, and Shangguan Yu also smiled at Zi Chen. The strange atmosphere was eased because of Su Mengyao's words and the three women's expressions. Zi Chen nodded. He opened his world and took all the ancestral steles. At this moment, it meant that he had accepted the dowry. Then, the matter between him and Yi Qian was settled. Regarding this, the four women did not have any objections. Furthermore, they all had expressions of encouragement. Naturally, no one had any objections. Because they were very familiar with Yi Qian and knew about the relationship between her and Zi Chen, it was not unexpected that the two of them would end up like this. As for the craftsman ancestor and the others, they couldn't wait for things to develop this way. From the very beginning, they had wanted to matchmake the two of them. As long as Zi Chen and Yi Qian were married, then they would have a true backer in the divine realm. This would allow them to walk in the divine realm with more confidence. As for the fact that Zi Chen already had other women, they did not take it into consideration. Because this kind of thing was really too normal. Not to mention the divine realm, it was an extremely normal thing even in the mortal world. But now, everyone was a little embarrassed by the butler's abrupt words. "Zi Chen, isn't this?" Yi Qian's eyes were red, and she looked very wronged. No matter how one looked at it, this was a forced scene. Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, "After so many years, do you think I still don't understand you? Don't think too much. I want to know how much dowry my future father-in-law has prepared. We're also very curious." Su Mengyaro pulled Yi Qian over. Laughter came from all around, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. It even became lively. Everyone congratulated and congratulated. Yi Qian was very shy and embarrassed. The group continued to move forward. This was an ancient battlefield. It could be said to be the most ancient battlefield. The battle back then was against the creatures of another spacetime. Those things from before should have been found by the pagoda battle heavenly god, and then deliberately placed here to give Zi Chen a big surprise. It had to be said that this was indeed a surprise. There were dozens of ancestral steles. If they had to find them by themselves, who knew how long it would take? In terms of dowry, it was also very generous. As they moved forward, they saw many traces of battle. These were all caused by the great battle back then. But after the baptism of time, these battlefields had long been worn away. It was obviously unrealistic to want to learn anything from them. After moving forward for a while, they encountered some creatures from another spacetime. These creatures were not of high levels. Before he could do anything, Monk and the others went up to kill them. Everyone present was a powerful level 6. Such a team's combat power was naturally terrifying. As they moved forward, seeing those creatures along the way, Shadowless said, "Looking at this place, there must be powerful creatures from another spacetime. Obviously, before the heavenly god brought this place here, he purposely cleaned it up. The special danger should have been removed, and now it's a training ground." Zichen nodded when he heard that. Shadowless continued, "It seems that the heavenly god is really good to Yi Qian. Because he was good to Yi Qian, he was also good to Zichen indirectly. Whether it was the ancestral steles from before or this place, the heavenly god had put in a lot of effort. There's someone ahead." The monk's exclamation pulled Zichen back from his thoughts. He looked in front of him and saw a person. That person stood in front of a battlefield. Behind him, there were some tall skeletons left behind by an unknown species. That person stood in front of the skeletons and stared at them. After the exclamation, Monk ran forward excitedly. "Don't be careless, he might be from the heavenly race," Zichen shouted. But it was too late. Monk had already flashed forward and raised the light shield in his hand, smashing it towards the figure. Boom! A strong shock wave and dust filled the air. The light shield smashed into the ground and a powerful energy wave spread in all directions. Wherever the energy wave passed, the tall skeletons scattered and turned into ashes. After so many years, these skeletons had already been weathered and could not withstand a single blow. "Where is he?" In the dust, Monk stood above a deep pit. He held the shield and looked around, but the person just now had disappeared. Zichen and the others followed closely behind Monk. The surrounding dust gradually dispersed. The person they saw just now had disappeared. Just as they were puzzled, they felt that there was something strange underground. Zichen's expression changed and he reminded everyone to be careful. Bang! 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 In the next moment, rays of light broke out from the ground. They were like spiritual snakes as they quickly coiled around their feet. Then, they followed their feet and coiled around their entire bodies. In the blink of an eye, everyone, including Yi Qian and Zichen, was hit. No one was spared. Their bodies were unable to move. Lowering his head, Zichen saw that the thing that was wrapped around him was like a vine. However, it was extremely tough. Even with his strength as a level 6 ancestor, he was still unable to break free. Light shone from his body as he prepared to use his clone. But in the next moment, the light on his body disappeared. It was as if his strength was sealed. "Not good, my strength has been sealed. This vine is strange. It can seal people's strength. Everyone be careful, the enemy may be in the dark." Exclamations came from all around. Puff! In front of everyone, Monk coughed out blood and half knelt on the ground. A vine like a spear pierced through his body. "Monk!" Beside him, Devil Ape shouted. "Wang!" Black light shrouded his body as he tried to break free from the vines. But it was useless. The vines released light and the black light quickly disappeared. "Devil Ape, be careful!" Monk shouted. In the void, another vine appeared. It was as straight as a spear and went straight for Devil Ape. Wang! The surrounding space distorted as a powerful aura circulated. The vine came straight and whistled. Devil Ape's body disappeared the moment it was hit. Not only did Devil Ape disappear, but Monk, Zichen, Yi Qian, and the others also disappeared. After these people disappeared, a figure appeared in the dark. The figure frowned, puzzled as to why these people suddenly disappeared. But he did not stay in the same place. His figure flashed and flew into the distance. At this moment, everyone was in Zichen's world. Since he couldn't use his energy, Chen instantly opened his world and put everyone away. The vines that wrapped around everyone's body had all disappeared. Other than Monk, no one was injured. At this moment, Monk was still lying on the ground. His wound was on his abdomen and blood was flowing out. Seeing that Monk still did not stand up, everyone walked forward to check on his condition. Monk was lying there with a pale face. He was still holding the light shield in his hand. He looked up at Chen and said with lingering fear, "That was close. I almost couldn't see you guys again. What's going on?" Chen asked. Until now, he still didn't know what had happened. The attack just now was meant to hit my head, but it was blocked by the light shield. In an instant, the attack changed direction several times. It went from my head all the way down and finally pierced through my defenseless abdomen. That was close. Then, he looked at Devil Ape and said, "Fortunately, Chen can open up his world. Otherwise, everyone would be dead." At the moment when they were wrapped by the vines, the energy in their bodies could not be used. It was equivalent to everyone being defenseless. Under such circumstances, it was indeed dangerous to have to face an attack that came and went like a ghost. "Don't be upset. Look at me. My wound still can't be stopped." Everyone lowered their heads and saw that Monk's wound was still bleeding. There was a faint green light on his wound. This green light prevented the Buddhist light from healing the wound. Chapter 2668. While speaking, the Buddhist light wrapped around the monk, trying to force the green energy out. Chen looked at the monk's wound and pointed forward. A ray of heaven-defying energy fell on it. Sizzle. It was as if it had met its nemesis. As the heaven-defying energy fell, the green energy was rapidly vanishing. In a blink of an eye, it was all gone. No one was surprised by Chen's strange energy because he was a heaven-defying warrior, the only one on the life star. Including the god realm, he was the only one recognized by the heavens and earth. Chen's world opened again and Shadowless walked in. Chen looked at him and asked, "How is it?" "It's a creature hiding underground. He's a real creature from another time and space. Although his realm isn't high, not much different from yours, his methods are strange. You have to be careful." Earlier, Chen put everyone away except for Shadowless. Obviously, he wanted him to see what kind of creature it was. "Oh, a real creature from another time and space?" Chen was surprised. "Yes, they call themselves the Sky Race, but they're different from your Sky Race guards. They're stronger and scarier," said Shadowless. "Where is he now?" "He's very careful. He retreated." Recalling the scene, Chen said, "The moment we were trapped, the energy in our body went out of control. It was like it was sealed." "What happened?" "It's a special ability of a technique. It mainly targets energy. Next time you're trapped, you have to restrain all your energy and use your body to resist." Shadowless had participated in the Great War of Extinction, so he was obviously very knowledgeable and knew about this ability. However, this was the experience he gained after sacrificing countless lives. Everyone appeared. The monk's injuries had recovered. With the previous lesson, he was much more careful this time without Chen's instructions. He didn't let go of his shield and walked in front with a cautious expression. As they walked forward, they could still see some broken skeletons. These weren't weathered yet. The earth was no longer level and was full of potholes. Sometimes it was high ground, sometimes it was low ground. When the cold wind blew, yellow sand covered the eyes. After traveling for more than 10 miles, they did not encounter any other dangers, nor did they encounter the person from the Tien clan who had launched a sneak attack on them. It was as if the other party felt that this group was very powerful and had really retreated. Until now, they had not seen any other opportunities other than the ancestral stele. After passing through the uneven terrain, they arrived at a plain. There were fewer traces of battle here, and right in front of them, there was a lone tree. This tree was abnormally thick and strong. Its branches and leaves were lush, casting a large shadow. Vaguely, one could see spirit fruits growing on the treetops. Opportunity. It must be an opportunity. There was a glimmer of light in the monk's eyes. He looked like he was about to step forward. Obviously, his old habit of being greedy was acting up again. "Be careful. "There's something strange about this tree," Zichen said in a deep voice. He quickly walked to the front of the group. "What's so strange?" Not to be outdone, Tyrant stood shoulder to shoulder with Zichen and raised the light shield in his hand. Zichen did not speak. There were some words that could not be said at this moment. When they were 100 feet away from the ancient tree, Zichen suddenly accelerated and rushed forward in a straight line. Wherever he passed, smoke and dust billowed. "Wait for me," the monk shouted and followed after him. "Follow me," Zichen shouted, worried that there would be other dangers. The others quickly followed, getting closer and closer to the ancient tree. When the two sides were only 300 feet away, the ground began to shake. Vines broke through the ground like spirit snakes and chased after the group. Whoosh! Whoosh! Everyone was already on guard. In an instant, they stepped on the ground and soared into the sky. Their speed was very fast, but the vines were even faster. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the group and wrapped around them again, dragging them back to the ground. Tyrant in front was also trapped. He looked very annoyed. He had a powerful shield, but he could not use his true strength. However, Zichen did not. When he sensed that something was wrong, he used the 9 passing thunderbolts. His body flashed like lightning and changed direction in an instant. He did not soar into the sky but continued to rush toward the ancient tree. As he rushed forward, a long black saber appeared in his hand. He held the scabbard in his left hand and placed his right hand on the hilt. He was ready to attack at any time. Peng! 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 Under his feet, vines broke through the ground and wrapped around him. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, he had extreme speed. He changed direction like lightning, leaving behind after images. The vines could only wrap around the after images. In the blink of an eye, he was within 100 feet of the ancient tree. He immediately unsheathed his long black saber. Buzz! The saber light trembled, and 3 saber intents appeared. A saber light emitting a powerful aura slashed toward the ancient tree. The saber light swept past the ancient tree and cut it in half. The trunk of the ancient tree slowly staggered and fell to the ground. Before it completely fell, the ancient tree turned into light spots and disappeared. The vines that were still chasing Zichen also disappeared in an instant. The vines that wrapped around the monk and the others also disappeared. "He's not dead. He just ran away. You have to be careful. This divine race is not ordinary." Shadowless, who had been following Zichen and directing Zichen's attacks, said in a deep voice. His expression had become very serious. "This was rare." Zichen nodded. The others followed. The monk asked, "What happened? Was he killed by a single slash?" "He's not dead. He ran away," Zichen said. "He's not dead." The monk's eyes widened. He was in disbelief. Kai, Kai, Kai. At this moment, the vines under their feet appeared again and wrapped around them. This scene was completely unexpected. Even Shadowless's face revealed a hint of astonishment. He cried out, "That guy didn't run away. How bold. Does he really think he can fight a group of people alone?" All the energy on Zichen's body converged. He stared ahead and to his left and right, ready to break free at any time. A figure appeared in front of him. It was a figure that was emitting green light. It was somewhat similar to the one the monk had met earlier. He looked at Zichen with cold eyes. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he stretched out his palm. When he stretched out his palm, it turned into vines that were as straight as spears and whistled toward them. Hum! Zichen's physical strength erupted. This was pure physical strength. It formed a vibration that shook away all the vines around him. Seeing that the vines were about to penetrate their bodies, Zichen unsheathed his black saber. Shadowless had said that as long as one was not entangled by the vines, one's energy would not be suppressed. The saber light flashed and drew an arc, cutting all the vines. The remaining vines retreated like snakes and turned back into arms. The other party's expression was still cold as he retreated. As he retreated, he stared at Zichen with a provocative expression. Zichen did not think that this being, who was not much different from him, could threaten him. He signaled everyone to wait in place while he chased forward. Shadowless followed beside Zichen, reminding him of any changes that might happen. In the blink of an eye, Chen and the light figure disappeared. The monk and the others stayed in place and did not pursue. They had absolute confidence in Chen. Among those of the same level, it seemed that no one could be faster than the 9 flashes of lightning. In this world, no one could be faster than the 9 flashes of lightning. However, the monk had forgotten that this divine was not from this world. Chen, who was chasing after him, felt that it was very difficult. It could not be said that the other party was faster than him, but he was not slower than him at all. Die! With a shout, the heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. His speed soared in an instant and he caught up with the other party. Swoosh! He unsheathed his black saber again. The saber light like a waterfall swept forward with 3 powerful saber intents. Fart! The other party was cut in half at the waist. His body was separated from the middle and gradually dissipated. Be careful! Shadowless voice sounded. Swoosh! The thunder wings behind Chen flashed and he quickly disappeared. Vines quickly swept past the place where he had just stood. A green figure appeared in front of him. Chen's figure stopped, and his expression was guarded. He had clearly hit the other party's body just now, but the other party was unharmed and appeared behind him again. Chen, behind you! Shadowless voice sounded again. Chen's body flashed again and he moved to the side. Behind him, another green figure appeared. There's more. Shadowless voice sounded again. Chen's body flashed quickly and he dodged the vines again. A third green figure appeared, like 3 clones. This time, without waiting for Shadowless reminder, Chen found the 4th green figure. The 4 of them stood in 4 directions and reached out to him. Their hands quickly turned into vines and extended in all directions. These vines connected the 4 directions. The moment they connected, a dazzling light burst out from the vines. The void seemed to be forcibly separated by these vines, forming an independent space. Chen felt that something was wrong. His body flashed and he was about to escape. More vines like spiritual snakes went straight for him. Swoosh! He unsheathed his saber and the saber light flashed. The bright saber light with saber intent dissipated in an instant. He lost control of the power in his body again. He looked up and saw that he was surrounded by vines in all directions. At this moment, he was in the middle of the vines. Chen, this is not an ordinary divine race. You have to be careful. Shadowless voice sounded again. However, this reminder was obviously too late. The vines surrounded him and then kept shrinking until he was trapped. At this moment, he was tightly wrapped by the vines. Outside the vines, 4 figures formed a circle and isolated the space. Chapter 2669. In the 9th god's residence. The steward returned and stood next to the god. You did? The god asked. I reminded young Master Chen. He said he was very satisfied with the dowry, said the steward. The god nodded. That's good. If we don't give them some pressure, how can they ever be together? Qian is a very honest person. She's too embarrassed to ask, so she's willing to pay. However, Chen knows very well what she's doing, yet he still refuses to say anything. This behavior is rather displeasing. Do you know that when I first saw Qian, she wasn't even a divine emissary yet. She was standing in front of Chen, blocking Shi Bei's attack? Don't you think that's laughable? If I hadn't been paying attention to all of this, something would have happened to Qian. But even so, Chen still didn't say anything. Don't you think that's infuriating? Could it be that the daughter of a god isn't worthy of him? Hearing the god's words, the steward smiled and said, this subordinate has a different opinion. What, you want to defend Chen? If it weren't for Qian, who knows how many times he would have died? I'm not trying to defend him. I just feel that young Master Chen isn't as bad as the god thinks. Today, from his eyes, I could see his love for the young miss. The reason why he hasn't expressed anything is because he doesn't dare. Doesn't dare? Yes. After all, the young miss is the daughter of a god. How could he dare to have any improper thoughts? Even if the young miss treats him extremely well, the difference in status between the two is too great. Hasn't he always been the young miss's bodyguard? I think that in the depths of his heart, his greatest desire is to always protect the young miss. The heavenly god laughed when he heard this. That makes sense. The person that Chen-er likes shouldn't have a bad character. But if that's the case, wouldn't I be letting him take advantage of me by helping him this time? There aren't many lovers in the divine realm. Who among all the heavenly gods would be willing to part with such a thing? The steward said, but this time, if we let Chen rashly enter that place, will there be any danger? After all, even Empyrean gods are unable to sense the exact location of that soul. The god of heaven said, there should be danger, but you don't have to worry too much. Could it be that you have forgotten about that obsession? The butler nodded and said, if that's the case, they will definitely discover something when they enter this world. The god of heaven smiled faintly and said, what did you discover? Were the god realm and the human race at odds? Is there even a need to find out? After so many years, the god realm has been suppressing the human race. They have long known about it. The steward asked in confusion, if that's the case, why would the god of heaven want to keep this world? Are you not afraid that in the future? The god of heaven turned to look at the butler and said, do you know why I agreed to protect Xinghan? The butler said, could it be potential? Of course he has some potential, but his life is more important. The heavenly god looked outside the door. This time, he has completely broken free from the fate that the deity realm gave him. He can be considered to have truly defied the heavens and changed his fate. And such a person's future achievements would naturally be limitless. Of course, this is what you call potential. I have seen him more than once, but I have never been able to see his fate. As such, his future will be filled with many possibilities. Perhaps he will die prematurely, but more likely, he will reach extraordinary heights. Do you know why the other gods didn't argue with the first god that day? Why did they let Chen live? The butler shook his head. The god of heaven said, it's because they couldn't see through Chen. They couldn't see his future, so they wanted to see how far a person who had broken free from the god realm's control could go. However, I am different from them. They will kill Chen when he is out of control, but I won't. I believe that Lei Yue also thinks the same. What we want to see is for Chen to grow to a heaven-defying level. Is there really a heaven-defying level? The butler's face was filled with shock. Of course there isn't such a level. This is only for heaven-defying people. When a heaven-defying person truly grows to the point of defying the heavens, that is the heaven-defying level. When he reaches that level, I believe that he will be able to understand some of the problems that we still don't understand. Of course, the prerequisite is that he can smoothly reach that level. Chen was trapped by the light. The energy around him was not listening to his commands. In fact, he had lost his sense of the world around him. All along, the reason why Chen was so confident was because he could retreat into the world at any time. There was always a way out. But now, there was no way out. He was in danger. Chen, are you okay? Shadowless was still anxiously shouting from the outside world. Chen didn't speak. He really did feel the danger. Although he held the black long sword in his hand, his body was wrapped in layers of vines. He couldn't move. Chen. Shadowless couldn't enter either. He could only shout from the outside. Careful, vines are coming. When Chen heard what Shadowless said, he unleashed all his physical strength. However, there were too many vines wrapped around his body. He couldn't break free at all. Fart. Fart. At this moment, several vines pierced through his body, and one directly pierced his neck. If he hadn't moved his body in time, his head would have been pierced as well. His body was pierced by the vines. Waves of energy surged out from the vines. These energies entered Chen's body and began to destroy his vitality. Chen's heaven-defying energy had absolute suppression over this kind of energy. However, he couldn't use it at this moment. Although the strength of his physical body was able to suppress his injuries, no one could guarantee that the vine would only attack once. If they attacked a few more times, Chen would definitely die. This was the first time he felt the threat of death after coming out of the abyss. It was so clear. And it was when he was at his most confident. He had the world and was full of confidence. Who would have thought that he would still be attacked and his life would be in danger? At this moment, several more vines pierced Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen's physical strength was also suppressed. Death was coming. Shadowless shouts were still ringing, but Zichen gradually couldn't hear clearly. His vision became blurry as if he would close his eyes at any moment. Space-rending slash. Suddenly, an explosive shout rang out. This shout entered Zichen's mind and pulled Zichen's gradually blurring consciousness back. After that, Zichen felt a strong energy fluctuation. At this moment, he didn't know what was happening outside. However, Shadowless could see. He saw a spear falling from the sky and landing among the vines below, forming a strong energy vibration. As the vibration passed, the vines disappeared. Zichen's figure appeared. He was covered in blood and kneeling on one knee. Shadowless looked in front of him in shock. The reason for his shock wasn't because of the falling spear, nor was it because the spear shattered the vines and saved Zichen. Instead, in the next moment, the entire space seemed to be forcefully separated. A black crack appeared. This crack spread out and formed a circle. In that black circle, the bodies of the four light figures staggered as if they were cut in half at the waist. Zichen also saw this scene and his face was filled with shock. A black figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Zichen. It grabbed the spear and stared in front of it. There, the light figure appeared again and looked at the black figure. Swoosh! In the next moment, the light figure flashed and retreated. The black figure chased after it with the spear. Senior! Zichen shouted. At this moment, he was still kneeling on one knee and blood was flowing out of his body. The black figure didn't stop. As if it didn't hear Zichen's voice, it chased after him with the spear. Zichen, how are you? Shadowless quickly came in front of Zichen and looked at him nervously. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm fine. I won't die yet. I was careless. This time, I was really careless. Just now, he was almost killed and really came in contact with death. This made him alert again. Shadowless said with a serious expression, it's not that you were careless. He's too scary. Zichen shook his head. Obviously, he didn't agree with this statement. In the same level, he had always been the strongest. Shadowless said with a serious expression, it's true. Although I don't know him, I know the black figure behind him. To be able to fight against the black figure, that person must be very scary. Who is that black figure? Zichen's face was filled with surprise. Someone that Shadowless knew was naturally the most ancient powerhouse. At this moment, the heaven-defying power was circulating in his body and was expelling the green energy. As long as his vitality wasn't immediately destroyed, then Zichen wouldn't die. In his world, there was too much energy. This energy was enough to sustain all his consumption. I can't remember his appearance, but I recognize his move. Space Rend. His Space Rend, the #1 space sorcerer back then. He was also the leader of the battle against the creatures from another time and space. When the battle broke out, the group of powerhouses led by him suddenly disappeared. Shadowless said, I didn't expect to see him here. He's still alive. No, looks like he's dead. Shadowless raised his head and looked into the distance. Perhaps in the depths, we can find the answer to their disappearance. At this moment, Monk and the others came from behind. Clearly, they were worried that Zichen hadn't returned for a long time. Since Zichen hadn't returned, they were worried that something had happened to him. However, as soon as they arrived, they saw that Zichen's body was covered in ghastly wounds. Everyone's expression changed and they all ran over. Su Mengyaro and the others anxiously checked Zichen's injuries. Why is it so bad? Where's that green figure? Did you kill him? Monk asked. No, he ran away. I was careless and was almost killed. A black figure appeared and saved me. Hearing Zichen's words, everyone's expression changed. Almost killed him? How was that possible? Chapter 2670. It's true. Zichen stood up and looked at everyone. I almost died just now. At this moment, the green light energy in his body had been completely destroyed. His injuries were visibly recovering. Soon, his injuries were healed. The others still couldn't believe Zichen's words. He has a special technique that can isolate space and prevent me from entering the world. Furthermore, the might of those vines was also unimaginably powerful. Don't get separated from each other to avoid danger. Chen solemnly instructed. He was lucky this time and escaped death, but there might not be a next time. As they continued onward, they encountered many creatures from another spacetime. However, these creatures were obviously later and could not be compared to the Green Shadow. After clashing with Chen and the others, these creatures from another spacetime were killed one after another. This situation continued until they reached the depths of space. Boom! A strong surge of energy. They felt a strong energy fluctuation. Someone is fighting. This wave of energy quickly spread to the front, creating ripples in the air. Let's go and see. Chen walked in front, and the others followed closely behind. They flew forward. After a while, they saw the source of the fluctuation. It was two figures fighting. One of them was the powerful green light, and the other was the black shadow that saved Chen. The black shadow held a long spear. Every time it pointed the spear, a black crack would appear at the tip of the spear. To be able to create a crack in this space, how powerful was the power of that spear? However, even such a powerful attack couldn't do anything to the green shadow. The green shadow was very powerful and mysterious. It could use its vines to display all kinds of supernatural powers. Shadowless looked at the black shadow in front of him and became nervous. In the era of powerhouses, the Black Shadow was one of the top powerhouses. It could be said that he was the idol in the hearts of all humans. The sudden disappearance of him and a group of powerhouses was a huge blow to the morale of the humans. The battle silhouette sensed the appearance of Chen and the others. He turned around and glanced at them before disappearing from his original spot. Boom! The Black Shadow held a long spear and stabbed it into the ground. The ground instantly cracked open and spread forward. Yellow sand was shaken and danced in the air. At the end of the crack, the green figure appeared again. It staggered a few steps before disappearing in a flash. Black Shadow didn't look at Chen and the others and chased after them. The two silhouettes disappeared from everyone's sight one after another. The stable space in front of him suddenly distorted as if a spacetime door had been opened. Many creatures from another spacetime rushed out. The highest realm among them was only level 7, but their numbers were huge. The place where they fought formed a space of its own. Moreover, the surrounding space was isolated. This was too terrifying. Chen, if you see those two again, do not approach them, said the glowing figure as it looked at the creatures in front of it. What do you mean? Chen was confused. Shadowless said, these creatures were originally in the surroundings, but because of the battle between the two of them, they were forced out of the space they were in. Now that the two of them are gone, the battle space naturally disappeared, and the original space naturally appeared. Chen said in surprise, does that mean the place where the two of them fought has become the master of this space? Yes. Therefore, the two of them are very strong. You can't judge them with your current realm. Perhaps in your eyes, he is only level 6, but if a divine general comes, perhaps in his eyes, the other party is also a divine general. Just as the two of them were talking, the creatures from another spacetime rushed towards them. Chen wanted to go deeper to find opportunities. Obviously, he didn't have time to pay attention to these creatures. So he directly opened the world and took all these creatures in. Then, the power of the rules descended and killed all these creatures. The group continued forward and finally reached the end of this world. Other than the creatures from another spacetime, they didn't meet or see anything during this time. The two fighting existences were also nowhere to be found. We've reached the end. Everyone stopped and looked around, looking very puzzled. There should be other opportunities here. It's impossible for there to be nothing. At this moment, the space in front of them suddenly began to distort. The power of space raged, as if there was a huge force tearing, sending out powerful fluctuations. The entire space shattered like a mirror, and another space appeared. This was a relatively small space. After it appeared, there was a murderous aura. In this aura, there was also a decaying aura of time. In front of them, a new battlefield appeared. On this battlefield, there were some corpses and bones. The surroundings were dilapidated, and occasionally some broken weapons could be seen. This was a relatively intact battlefield. The aura of decay and destruction filled the surroundings. There were even some places where weak energy remnants remained. They walked forward. There were no creatures from another spacetime around them. The green and black shadows also didn't appear. The corpses here no longer had flesh, only skeletons were left. Although the group couldn't distinguish their appearance from the corpses, they could feel that a great battle had happened here. During this time, they would scatter and pick up some broken weapons. Although most of the spirit energy had disappeared, there was still some left, which weren't weak. This place seemed to be a battlefield that no one had ever been to before. Everything was still the same. When they reached the end of the battlefield, they saw a towering stone wall. There were some carvings on the stone wall, which emitted an ancient aura. After so many years, these carvings weren't obvious. They were blurry. Everyone carefully observed the carvings, but they couldn't recognize what was written on them. Even when they used their spiritual consciousness, they couldn't sense anything. This stone wall is a barrier. It needs special conditions to open. However, at this moment, LV Peng spoke. What special conditions? Zichen turned around to look at LV Peng. Perhaps it's the energy from the life star. I can feel a familiar aura in the barrier. Zichen walked up to the stone wall and reached out his hand to touch it. The stone wall was cold and heavy. The vicissitudes of time were clearer. During this process, he was always on guard, guarding against the green shadow. The energy in his body slowly surged toward the stone wall. This energy extended along the carvings. As the energy passed, the dim carvings on the stone wall started to glow. The light continued to extend. Eventually, the entire stone wall emitted an intense light. This light enveloped everyone. In the next moment, they felt their vision blur. Then, they arrived at another space. In this space, there were more than 20 people standing there. Among these people, there was an old monk. He had a kind face and a benevolent smile. He was holding a demon-subduing pestle in his hand. This demon-subduing pestle was different from the monks. It was sharper. There were also 4 people with marks on their glabella. Zichen recognized that they were the marks of the sun, moon, star, and thunder royal families. On the back of the man from the thunder royal family, there was a pair of flashing lightning wings. It was a complete set of 12 heavenly thunder wings. Another person was holding a long black saber, which was exactly the same as the one in Zichen's hand. Another person was holding a sword, which was exactly the same as the Battle King sword in Wang Xianer's hand. Another person was holding a shield, which was exactly the same as the light shield in the monk's hand. Another person was holding a big flag with the 4 sacred beasts carved on it. When the flag was waving, the 4 sacred beasts bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They looked ferocious and mighty. It was a skinny man with an ordinary appearance. He was holding a thorn of different lengths in each of his left and right hands. A tall ape was holding a long stick. This stick was different from the one in the demon ape's hand. It was light gold in color. Another person was holding a giant axe, which was bigger than an adult man. The blade of the axe was shining with a cold light. The last person was wearing a black cloak. He was holding a long spear. He was the shadow from before. Suddenly appearing here and seeing so many people all of a sudden, everyone's face revealed a look of surprise. It's them, indeed. Wu Ying looked at the people in front of him, his face filled with emotions. He said in a low voice, they were all famous experts on this life star. One day, they all disappeared. Besides the weapon in this old monk's hand, the weapons in the others' hands are the famous 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth. 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth. Yes, each of them represents an extreme. For example, the shield is the extreme defense. The wings are the extreme speed. The sword represents the king. The extreme sword intent is the axe, which is said to be able to cut the sky. The saber is breaking. The extreme saber intent can cut it in half with one slash. The spear represents the extreme attack. The 2 weapons, one big and one small, are called the mother and son spike. They are the foundation of the assassination path. At this moment, Chen could see them, but they couldn't see Chen's team. The existence with the spear said, "As we're here, we have to stop the invasion no matter what. Even if we have to die, we have to kill all the invaders." The existence with the axe said coldly, "Those shameless fellows dared to scheme against us. It's useless to talk about that now. If we can go back alive, we'll find the chaotic tribe," said the Thunder Clan expert with the thunder wings. "Now, we have to go to our destination. We can't go back. The entrance is closed. There are only 2 paths waiting for us," said an old man. One of the elders spoke. His hair was completely white, and he wore a daoist robe. He gave off an otherworldly aura. "Which 2 paths?" Everybody turned to look at the old man. "One is to be killed by the invaders. The other is to fight to the death. So, there's no way for us to survive." The old ape with the golden stick turned to look at the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "No way. Seems like the chaotic tribe has been scheming against us for a long time. This is a conspiracy." Everybody looked angry. "Whether it's a conspiracy or not, we can't just watch them invade. Everybody, let's go. Remember, when you leave, you must leave behind the inheritance of the human tribe. No matter what the final result of this battle is, the inheritance of the human tribe must not be cut off." Their conversation was clear. Everybody could hear it clearly. It was like a mark left in this space many years ago. They moved forward and arrived at their destination. The space there was under fierce attack. Chapter 2671. Some of the creatures from the other spacetime were in human form. They were agile and fast. Some of them were in the shape of giant beasts. They were like mountains descending from the sky. Powerful auras surged from their bodies. These experts from the Life Stars didn't hesitate to dash forward. A great battle broke out in just a blink of an eye. This was a battle from many years ago. However, at this moment, it appeared clearly in front of Chen and the others. The Thunder Clan expert with the complete heavenly thunder wings moved forward. The entire space was shaking. The flow of time was disordered. Sometimes it sped up, sometimes it slowed down. Sometimes it sped up. Sometimes it slowed down. Sometimes it sped up. Sometimes it sped up. Sometimes it slowed down. Sometimes it sped up. Thunder boomed and rumbled. The destructive power surged. Terrifying energy rippled everywhere. Many of the creatures from the other spacetime were killed instantly. The existence with the saber dashed forward. In front of him was a giant beast. He unsheathed the saber with his right hand. The saber light swept forward. It was cut into 2 halves. The beast was cut into 2 halves and fell to the ground. The ground trembled, and thick dust rose everywhere. Puff, puff. The figure wielding the twin thorns walked between the real and the illusory, and wherever he passed, the bodies of beings from another spacetime fell to the ground. His target was the humanoid heavenly clan. They were small and easy to kill. He was like a traveler from the darkness. His attacks were swift. He appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The twin thorns in his hands disappeared and reappeared from time to time. It was very frightening. The big flag swayed. Light moved on the flag. Shadows appeared one after another. They were holding sharp blades and wearing armor. They attacked the creatures one by one. At the same time, the light of the big flag also shrouded a certain area. In just a blink of an eye, that area was covered with thick fog and dust. It was a great formation. Buzz. The big flag swayed. Beams of light entered the great formation and turned into sharp blades. Swishing sounds echoed unceasingly. When the thick fog disappeared, that area was filled with corpses. There was no living creature. The pale gold staff in the old ape's hand emitted dazzling golden light. His body became as big as a mountain. The staff in his hand also enlarged in a blink of an eye. It was like a pillar that could hold up the sky. Then, it smashed down. Boom. The force of his smash was like a collapsing pillar that supported the heavens. Countless beings from the other spacetime were crushed to death, sent flying, or shaken to death. At that moment, the 9 extremes armaments of heaven and earth unleashed their strongest might in their hands. Although their attacks seemed to be very simple, Without any mysterious moves to speak of, they were the most simplified. The Great Tao was simple. This was the simplest yet most powerful move that could only be comprehended after reaching a certain realm. Each of the creatures who had invaded this world was an expert. However, these humans from the life star in front of them were undoubtedly stronger. They represented the strongest experts of that era, just like Chen, Tyrant, and the others. They were the symbols of an era. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant rang out. The old monk sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. Behind him, a Buddha statue that looked exactly like him but was even larger appeared. The Buddha statue shone with boundless golden light. It raised the demon-subduing pestle high and swept forward. Although this demon-subduing pestle was not a 9-extreme weapon, it was still very powerful. Wherever the demon-subduing pestle turned into golden light, beings from the other spacetime were sent flying and killed. However, the number of beings from the other spacetime was obviously too great. They were almost endless. Gradually, they rushed in front of the old monk. Soon, all kinds of attacks fell. The Buddha statue behind the old monk lost its luster and then scattered. Buzz. At that moment, the old monk's body shone with Buddhist light. He opened his eyes from meditation and looked at the beings from the other spacetime. His face revealed a merciful expression. He put his palms together and chanted the Buddhist chant again. Amitabha. After the Buddhist chant, the syllables in the old monk's mouth changed. Buzz. This was the first syllable of the 6 syllables mantra. After it appeared, it formed a powerful shockwave that stopped the charging beings from the other spacetime. Ma. The second syllable rang out. The bodies of the beings from the other spacetime shook. They could no longer stand steadily in the air. Ni. When the third syllable rang out, their bodies seemed to have become 2. One was their true body, the other was their soul. Undoubtedly, at this moment, their souls were shaken to the point of leaving their bodies. Bam! When the fourth syllable rang out, their bodies became 3. This time, in addition to the physical body and soul, there was also a skeleton. Me. Buzz. The last 2 syllables sounded almost at the same time. An even stronger Buddhist power shook in all directions. As the Buddhist power passed, the bodies of the beings from the other spacetime were instantly divided into 3. One was their soul, one was their physical body, and the last was their skeleton. They were forcefully separated just like that. Buddha is merciful. I will guide you to become Buddhas and enjoy eternal bliss. The old monk put his palms together and chanted the Buddhist chant again. The Buddhist power shook, and the bodies and souls of the beings from the other spacetime disappeared. Only their skeletons fell from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all the beings from the other spacetime close to the old monk were dead. No, it should be that all of them became Buddhas and enjoyed eternal bliss. When Chen and the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. They felt a chill in their hearts. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Only the monk's eyes lit up. Thunderclap, 9th heaven. At this moment, a cold voice came from another direction. Then, the sky was filled with lightning, and a huge thunder gate appeared in the sky. Countless lightning bolts flew out from the thunder gate like chains that connected heaven and earth. Then, the thunder gate opened, and a thunder creature appeared and rushed towards the beings from the other spacetime. This thunder creature was abnormally powerful. It rushed into the midst of those beings, and it was a complete massacre. Then, the thunder gate opened again, and the thunder creature rushed down again. Space-rending kill. Chen heard a familiar voice. His gaze moved quickly and saw a black figure with a spear rushing towards the sky. As he rushed forward, a wave appeared around his body. The space around him shook and instantly shattered, and a black crack appeared. With him as the center, a circle appeared around him. In the circle, the black crack kept spreading. This scene was like someone in a lower world drawing a circle with a weapon. This circle cut the space and cut the laws, and the crack kept spreading. Within the range of the black crack, the bodies of all the living beings were cut open by the crack, and the surging vitality of those living beings was instantly extinguished. Around the spear-wielding man, the black crack disappeared, and the surroundings became empty. Although this move was not as shocking as the Buddhist 6 tones, It was more lethal and terrifying. That move broke the laws, and within that law, all living beings had to die. That was an absolute killing move. Similar powerful moves were playing out in other places as well. Zichen and the others watched in shock. They had never imagined that their ancestors back then would actually be so powerful. In addition to the extremely terrifying 9 Extremes weapons, their own battle skills were also extremely terrifying. There were only 20 of them, but they killed groups of beings from the other spacetime. Each of these beings was a powerhouse. At this moment, the crack in the sky shook, and a powerful aura emerged. A being from the other spacetime emitting green light descended from the sky. Behind that creature, there were dozens of other creatures. Every single one of these creatures was an expert who was even stronger than the one from before. Kill. The spear-wielding man roared and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, he used the spatial rend, and a black crack swept past. Within the crack, the green light figure was obliterated, and the living beings behind him quickly retreated. The green figure didn't die. Instead, it appeared behind him. Vines shot out one after another, entangling him in layers. Die. With an angry roar, a saber light approached from afar, cutting off these vines. The being with the saber had arrived. The green figure glanced at the other party and retreated. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands, and a white light fell from the crack in the sky. The white light went straight for the being with the saber. At the critical moment, he raised his saber to block. The white light landed on the black saber, and the weapon known as the 9 Extremes weapons of heaven and earth was directly cut in half. Half of the saber fell to the ground, and only the other half was left in his hand. Right at that moment, vines wrapped around him, trapping his body and preventing him from circulating his energy. A ray of light flew over from afar, and the light swept past his head. Pu. The other party's head flew high, and then exploded in mid-air. One of the light spots appeared and flew up. Kai. There were beings from another spacetime who wanted to destroy this light spot, but when their attacks landed on the light spot, there was no reaction. The light spot quickly merged into the void, and into the laws. That light spot was not vitality, but inheritance. The expert with the saber was dead. The saber was also broken. Die. That person from the Thunder Clan killed a powerful living being and then rushed towards the green light figure. His speed was very fast, and during this time, the trajectory of time changed. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings had become completely still. A bolt of lightning slashed through the space, and the body of the green silhouette in the space was directly dispersed. I am immortal. At this moment, the dissipated green figure appeared above. His hands formed a seal, and another ray of light flew from the sky. This ray of light followed the Thunder Clan expert. The Thunder Clan expert used the 9 lightning flashes. Time stop. Everything stopped. But that ray of light was not controlled by time, and it landed on the Thunder Clan expert. Boom. The heavenly thunder wings on his back exploded, and his body fell to the ground, coughing out blood continuously. There were other beings who rushed toward the Thunder Clan expert, and a series of attacks were launched at him. Boom. A light shield appeared beside the Thunder Clan expert, and all the attacks landed on the light shield. The strongest defense in the world blocked all the attacks. At the same time, a strong rebounding force came from the light shield, and everyone was sent flying. But before the other party could leave with the injured Thunder Clan expert, another ray of light fell from the sky, and landed on the light shield. On the light shield, light flashed, and it absorbed the energy. This was the strongest defense in the world. As it continued to absorb and dissolve this energy, cracks began to appear on the surface of the light shield. In the end, it exploded with a loud boom. The light shield shattered into dozens of pieces, and the bead in the center flew to the side. The strongest defense was broken just like that. When Zichen and the others saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, the assassin with the mother-child thorn appeared behind the green figure, and the long thorn in his hand pierced the head of the other party, and the broken thorn pierced the other party's chest. Chapter 2672. Puff. Puff. The long spike pierced the brain and the broken spike pierced the chest. His attack was extremely fast. However, The pierced figure quickly turned into specks of light and disappeared. The expression of the existence holding the mother-child spike didn't change. His figure once again disappeared into the darkness. "I'm immortal." The figure's voice came from the sky. Another ray of light fell from the crack. This extremely powerful ray of light seemed to be able to see everything in the void. When it hit the void, the assassin's figure appeared. The long spike in his hand flew out. The battle continued. The spear-wielding existence killed several living beings before charging towards the silhouette once again. On the other side, the Thunder Clan expert and the existence who had lost their shield were besieged by many creatures. They were gradually losing. Before they died, they left behind 2 specks of light. The specks of light merged into the void and became one with the laws. The 2 of them died soon after. The light that the green figure could control was released by something unknown. However, it was the most fatal attack. It broke the saber, shattered the heavenly thunder wings, and broke the world's strongest shield. 3 of the 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth had been lost. Swoosh! An axe light slashed down. Wherever the axe light passed, heaven and earth were separated. All creatures in the range of the axe light were killed. This was the sky-splitting axe. It really had the intent to split open the sky. The flag swayed. Rays of light shot out and enveloped a group of creatures from the alternate spacetime. At this moment, the creatures from the alternate spacetime had stopped falling. However, the crack didn't disappear. The green figure was still controlling the ray of light from time to time. The remaining 9 extreme weapons were the axe, the spear, the single spike, the flag, the sword, and the staff. "Kill the other creatures first," the spear-wielding existence shouted. He attacked the green figure. As for the others, they surrounded and killed the other creatures. Among these creatures, there were obviously powerful existences. There were quite a few of them. The Buddha statue behind the old monk was shattered again. At the same time, his defense was broken. A sharp blade pierced his chest from behind. The destructive power of the blade exploded. The old monk's vitality was rapidly fading. The old monk died. A ray of Buddhist light merged into the sky. The deaths continued. The experts of the star, sun, and moon clans were killed one after another. By the time all the beings from the other spacetime had been killed, there were less than 10 experts left. The green silhouette stood in the air and looked at the crowd mockingly. Buzz! Behind him, a light figure appeared. A broken spike appeared out of thin air and pierced into his chest. "I told you, I am immortal." The green silhouette turned into vines and wrapped around the other party in layers. Pu. After that, the vines pierced into his body and extinguished his life force. The broken spike fell into the ground, and a streak of light flew into the sky. Another expert died. Pu. The sky splitter's axe light fell again, cutting the light shadow apart. "I told you, I won't die." The silhouette's voice sounded again. It was like a nightmare, as if he really had an immortal body. In the sky above, the light fell, and the giant axe broke in the middle. The owner of the giant axe had lost all of his vitality. The flag fluttered, wanting to kill the other party, but it was useless. The formation flags that formed their own world were unable to lock onto the opponent's true body. Every time they shattered his body, it was as if they were shattering a clone. "I am immortal." Another ray of light descended from the sky, shattering the array flag. This ray of light was the nemesis of the 9 extremes weapons. It could shatter everything in the world. The owner of the formation flags was then strangled to death by the vines. "I am immortal." Then, the Battle King sword was also shattered. The owner of the Battle King sword was also killed. The old ape rushed to the front of the light shadow and smashed down with the golden staff in his hand. The void trembled and cracks spread. This attack was full of power. But it was still useless. It was as if he had hit a clone. Pu. The vines followed, wrapped around the old ape's body, and then pierced through his body. The golden staff in his hand also cracked from the middle. Of the 9 extremes weapons of heaven and earth, only the spear was left. The existence with the spear kept attacking. During this period, he had scattered the other party's body countless times. But it was useless. Just as he said, He was immortal. He could not be killed every time. I am immortal. This sentence was like a nightmare, entering the mind of the existence with the spear. I will kill you. The human expert with the spear was very determined. In this space, there were corpses everywhere. The two of them kept fighting for a long time. The two sides were unable to determine the winner, and the existence with the spear was consuming more and more energy. After an unknown period of time, the old man who should have been dead suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up and saw the battle in the sky. His body began to glow, and waves of power emerged. Heaven and earth deduction technique. All the power in his body gathered on his finger. He pointed at the light shadow above and shouted with all his might, "Freeze." As soon as he finished speaking, power extended from his fingertip and quickly reached the light shadow. Layers of power wrapped around the light shadow, and then trapped the light shadow. The light shadow's expression, which had been unchanged, changed greatly at this moment. Panic appeared in his eyes. Die. With a loud shout, the spear light descended from the sky and pierced the chest of the light shadow. Then, it brought his body down and pierced the ground. This time, the light shadow's body did not dissipate. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and his chest. He looked up at the existence with the spear and said, I am immortal. I will kill you. The other party said coldly with a determined gaze. Boom. In the sky, a powerful light fell and hit the human expert's back. I am immortal. I will kill you. The battle was over. The crack in the sky disappeared, and these two words echoed between heaven and earth. Chen and the others stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say. They saw a battle and understood why the shield and saber were broken. At the same time, they also saw the death of the human expert and the end of the human race's inheritance. The light shadow was indeed not dead. He had never died. And the black figure with the spear was hit by the light. This attack could even break the 9 Extremes weapon. Naturally, it could destroy his life force. But he still did not die. That was because he was formed by obsession. I didn't expect it to be like this. They blocked the invasion of the creatures from another spacetime, but they also died. Shadowless sighed. The others were silent, and their emotions were very complicated. They still did not retreat from this scene. After an unknown period of time, a light shadow appeared. He glanced at the dead human expert, sneered, and said, I am immortal. Then, he left. But soon, a light appeared on the human expert's body. The light turned into a human figure, holding a spear, and chased after the light shadow. I will kill you. He was formed by obsession, and he must kill the light shadow. The two disappeared one after the other. After an unknown period of time, the black figure returned alone. He stabbed the sky with his spear. The sky suddenly broke open, and a black hole appeared. A powerful suction force surged out from the black hole. Then, he swept the ground with his spear. The broken 9 Extremes weapons flew up and went straight into the devouring force. Then, the cracks and the broken 9 Extremes weapons all disappeared. Undoubtedly, the obsession sent all the broken 9 Extremes weapons out and left this world. Seeing this, Chen and the others finally understood why the 9 Extremes weapons could continue to be passed down in this world. After sending the 9 Extremes weapons away, the obsession mobilized the laws of heaven and earth. A huge stone wall appeared. He held his spear and carved on the stone wall, and runes appeared on the stone wall. That stone wall was the stone wall that showed them the battle. Obviously, it was also left behind by the other party. After doing all this, the black figure turned around, and the light in his eyes disappeared bit by bit. Finally, his eyes became cold and emotionless, and he quickly left. With a flash of light, Chen and the others appeared. They were still standing in front of the stone wall, surrounded by corpses. Among the corpses, there were experts from back then. They even found those experts according to the location in their memories. Unfortunately, these experts had already turned into dried-up bones. Chen, look over there. Yi Chen pointed behind the stone wall. Chen walked in that direction. He saw a spear piercing the chest of a skeleton, and the tip of the spear stabbed into the ground. The body of the spear was in another skeleton's hand. It was the spear, one of the 9 Extremes weapons. The obsession had sent away the other 8 weapons, but he didn't send this one. No doubt, this was the body of the light figure. The others also looked at the 2 skeletons in front of them, their faces complicated. "I'm going to smash him," Longhu said and was about to step forward. "Don't go." Zichen stopped him. Longhu turned around, looking at him confusedly. That place was a space of its own. It would be dangerous if they went in recklessly. "What should we do? We can't let him go." Apparently, they couldn't let that light figure live in this world. It wasn't just because he was terrifying, but also because of what he had done. He had killed all the experts, broken the 9 extremes weapons, and destroyed the inheritance of the Life Star. Of course, Zichen wouldn't let him go. However, that place was a space of its own. It would be more dangerous if they went there recklessly. He knew how powerful that light figure was. Therefore, he opened his world. It was the only way he could protect them. At the same time, Zichen also expanded his world completely. It moved forward, covering the space in front of him. While moving forward, he felt a strong repulsive force. Apparently, that space would prevent any external force from entering. Buzz. However, what Zichen displayed was a world. This world contained the complete power of rules. Moreover, his original intention was to take away this space, not destroy it. Light flashed, and the rules of the world descended. Zichen took the space in front of him into his world. At this moment, the light figure and the black shadow appeared. Chapter 2673. The black shadow and the light shadow appeared at the same time, appearing in the space in front of them. The light shadow's gaze swept around and saw Zichen and the others. His expression changed as he noticed the abnormality in this place. The black shadow's expression did not change at all. He stood with his spear and stared at the light shadow. It was as if there was only the light shadow in his eyes. In the space in front of them, there was a long spear at this moment, still piercing the chest of the light shadow's physical body. It seemed that there were 2 long spears. Whoosh! The black shadow held the spear and stabbed forward, a strong light shining. This spear was so fast that it pierced the light shadow's chest. The light shadow's body dissipated. The dissipated light shadow appeared behind the black shadow. Layers of vines wrapped around the other party. During this time, several vines, as straight as spears, pierced the black shadow's chest. Whoosh! The black shadow's body dissipated into thin air as if he was dead. As soon as the black shadow dissipated, another black shadow holding a spear appeared on the skeleton below. After seeing the light shadow, he attacked the other party again. He was obsessed with killing the light shadow, so he was immortal and indestructible. As long as the light shadow did not die, his obsession would not dissipate. The 2 of them kept fighting in that independent space, never stopping. This situation lasted for an unknown amount of time before everyone arrived. Everyone looked at the black shadow who kept attacking, and their expressions were touched. "You guys stay here. I'll go in and take a look." Zichen held the saber in his hand, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared behind him. He walked toward the space in front of him. When he was about to approach the space, Zichen felt a strong resistance. This was the space's rejection of him. Above his head, the power of the rules surged and fell on his body. With the support of the rules of a world, this mere space naturally could not do anything to him. He smoothly entered that space. As soon as he entered, the silhouette launched an attack at him. Numerous vines shot towards him. Buzz! On Zichen's body, energy vibrated, and he unsheathed his saber. The bright saber light swept past these vines and moved forward again, drawing a huge saber arc. The saber arc slashed through the light shadow's body. The light shadow's body was divided into 2, but he still did not die. His figure appeared not far away again. The black shadow behind him stabbed, and the long spear pierced the light shadow's chest again. But that was still the case. Seeing this scene, Zichen's expression didn't change. Light flickered on his body as a divine clone appeared. After the clone appeared, it began to form hand seals. This seal was complicated and complicated. Divine light surged at his fingertips. God-trapping hand. As the seal fell, the God-trapping hand appeared out of thin air and enveloped the green figure. In the outside world, Tyrant and the rest watched this scene nervously. Back then, they had personally witnessed the power of the god trapping palm and knew that it was a unique heavenly god skill. Buzz. The god trapping hand was extremely fast. It arrived beside the silhouette in an instant and trapped him within. Shua. Zichen's real body raised his saber and slashed down. On the other side, Jinyan came forward with his spear. Spear light flickered, and a chill pervaded the air. A saber and a spear pierced through the light shadow's body. The monk and the others were getting more and more nervous. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the light figure's mouth, and its figure disappeared again. "Behind you," Shadowless shouted. Zichen turned around and saw the light figure again. He was still alive and standing in the distance. His body split into four, forming a circle. Vines came from all directions to wrap around him and the black shadow. Such an attack was unavoidable. Last time, Zichen almost died under this move. Space-rending kill. A cold shout sounded. The black figure pointed out with his spear, and a black circle appeared around them. The black circle enveloped the four silhouettes and instantly cut their bodies. "I am immortal." At this moment, the voice sounded and entered Zichen's mind. The light figure appeared again. This voice seemed to have some kind of strange magic. It kept echoing in Zichen's mind like a nightmare. "I will kill you." The obsession opened its mouth. Everything was a subconscious response. "I am immortal." The voice sounded again. "I will kill you." In an instant, such a voice echoed in Zichen's mind, forming a strange power that made his expression become absent-minded. He could not distinguish between reality and illusion. It was as if he was in the battlefield of the past. He was one of those powerhouses. At this moment, facing this immortal light figure, he was full of helplessness and even despair. It was because he was immortal. Beside him, his companions died one after another, but he could do nothing. "I am immortal." Every time this sentence sounded, his spirit would become abnormally absent-minded. The scenery in front of him would constantly change, from reality to illusion. "I will kill you." As this voice sounded, his soul seemed to be shocked and showed signs of waking up. However, the previous voice sounded again. Zichen felt that he had become a bystander, a helpless bystander, watching the two people in front of him fight continuously. Little did they know that at this moment, he had already joined the battle. In the eyes of the monk and the others, he and his clone were constantly besieging the light figure. Powerful attacks were constantly displayed. He held a knife in his hand, and the divine clone held a stone knife in his hand. They joined forces with the black shadow to besiege the light figure. During this period, they frequently displayed their extreme speed. The battle was so intense that the monk and the others could only stand outside and watch. They were a little nervous. They did not see the problem. However, Shadowless saw the problem. "Zichen, wake up." He entered this space, arrived in front of Zichen, and shouted in his ear. This voice was very sharp. It directly pierced through the layers of illusion and reached the depths of Zichen's soul. He opened his eyes when he heard the voice. He saw that his body was retreating. The light of energy on his body surged. He was still using the 9 passing thunder. On the other side, his clone also woke up and began to use the fleet footsteps to retreat. He regained control of his body. He knew what had just happened and felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his physical body was instinctively strong in battle. Otherwise, he might have died just now. At this moment, the two voices were still lingering in his mind, but they could no longer cause any additional impact on him. Moreover, he had been tricked again, and it was in his own world. Zichen could not help but feel humiliated. Therefore, he looked at the light figure and said coldly, "You've died long ago. You shouldn't have continued to stay here. Everything should end now." In his own world, the world's laws transformed into mighty forces that descended from the sky and rushed toward that space. Sometimes, the laws transformed into a large knife that descended from the sky and slashed at this space. Sometimes, the laws transformed into sharp swords that pierced this space. These laws were constantly changing. They transformed into wind, thunder, rain, and everything in the world. At this moment, in Zichen's world, the laws were the rulers. The space in front of him was like an outsider. Therefore, he had to use the laws to break open this space. The space was formless at first, but as the rules kept attacking, it gradually became a tangible object. It was like a solid light shield. Zichen's true body and clone had already retreated. In that light shield, the two light figures were still fighting. Ding, ding, ding. The power of the laws hit the light shield, and a clear collision sound was heard. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the surface of the light barrier. The cracks that appeared continued to spread, and finally spread to the entire light shield. "Open for me!" Accompanied by Zichen's loud shout, the laws transformed into a sky-splitting axe that fell from the sky and landed on the light shield. Boom! The light shield instantly exploded, turning into crystal points that scattered. Two figures immediately rushed out from it. During this period of time, a furious expression appeared on the glowing figure's face. As it rushed out, it charged towards Zichen. "It's time to end this." Zichen looked at the other party with an indifferent expression, not dodging. The light figure's attack suddenly stopped in front of Zichen. The power of the laws wrapped around his body and then trapped him layer by layer. He was in Zichen's world, so he had to abide by the rules of this world. As the ruler of this world, Zichen was the one who set the rules. His body was trapped by the laws, and the light figure was still struggling. At this moment, Zichen could clearly sense that it was the true body of the light figure that was trapped. He trapped the light figure but did not kill him. The black figure came over with a spear. The spear pierced through the laws and penetrated the light figure's body. In this space, a mournful voice sounded. Buzz. The world that Zichen manifested disappeared, and everyone returned to the original space. The spear in the black figure's hand still pierced through the light figure's body. This time, the light figure did not disappear. The black figure looked at the light figure in front of him, whose face was full of pain and resentment, and said coldly, "I will kill you." After saying that, the light figure stopped struggling, and his body turned into a light of energy again. This light returned to the previous skeleton. The figure of the black shadow also dissipated and returned to the skeleton. The next moment, the body of the light figure that was pierced by the spear turned into specks of light and disappeared between heaven and earth. Then, the other skeleton disappeared as well. The light figure died, and the obsession completed its task and was finally free. The spear did not disappear, and a spear soul was injected into it. It was one of the 9 extreme weapons of heaven and earth, and its quality was the same as the saber in Zichen's hand and the shield in the monk's hand. Zichen and the others watched this scene quietly, and their expressions became very complicated. There was emotion and admiration. After this, a light spot appeared in the dissipated body of the black figure. The light spot flew into the void and integrated into this space. The next moment, the entire space released light. Everyone looked up and saw more than 20 light spots in the sky. These light spots were like Xingchen, shining brightly. They were inheritances. These light spots were the inheritances left behind by those experts after they died. They were previously hidden in the space, but now they were all revealed. These inheritance light spots were releasing light. The light seemed to have materialized and fell below, forming a light pillar. In the light pillar, there were unique attributes of the inheritances. There were lightning surrounding it, starlight shining, sword humming, and saber whistling. There was no doubt that these inheritance light spots were waiting for everyone to accept the inheritance. In one of the light pillars, Buddhist power surged. That was the inheritance left behind by the old monk. The monk did not hesitate and walked forward. Buzz. After entering the light pillar, his body was surrounded by Buddhist light. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His body disappeared together with the light pillar. The devil ape also walked forward and walked into a light pillar surrounded by demonic aura. That was the inheritance left behind by the old ape. Zhong Haotian also walked forward and entered a light pillar that flickered. This was left behind by the senior assassin. Zichen also walked forward. Chapter 2674. Zichen, who was walking forward, did not enter the light pillar with lightning. Someone had already gone there. It was Lei Ting from the Thunder Clan. As a member of the Thunder Clan, No one was more suitable than him to obtain the inheritance. Although Zi Chen was also a member of the Thunder Clan, he also had the identity of a heaven-defying cultivator. Brilliant, Ming Yu and Xing Chen also walked into the corresponding light pillar. Su Mengyao also walked forward. She sensed the inheritance she needed. It was left behind by the old man. It was also him who, at the last moment of his life, pointed out his last finger, allowing the spear-wielding expert to kill the powerful green shadow. The place Zi Chen went was the inheritance left behind by the expert who knew the space-rending kill. After the inheritance appeared, he had a feeling that no one was more suitable than him to use the space-rending kill. Using the power of the world, the space-rending kill he used was even stronger than the pure power of the law of space. There were more than 20 inheritances here. Everyone went to the light pillars that were suitable for them. Those who did not have suitable inheritances could only stay here. For example, Yi Qian was not suitable for the inheritances here. Other than that, there were also some people who could not get an inheritance. They could only stand there. For example, the craftsman ancestor, Wu Ji, Qing Enyu, and others. After entering the light pillar, Zi Chen found that there was more than one inheritance in front of him. There were many light spots. Each light spot was like a star of Xing Chen. They contained the inheritance of techniques from when he was alive. These were all the techniques that this expert had mastered. They were all left behind in the form of inheritances. Among them, there were methods to use the level 9 soldier, as well as other shorekill techniques. Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts swept through them one by one. Soon, he found the space-rending kill. This expert was called the space-rending kill. The technique he created was the space-rending kill. It was a technique that could kill on a large scale. Zi Chen's consciousness sank into it. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Just after his figure disappeared, another ray of light fell from above. Obviously, there was more inheritance. The inheritance passage opened again. The same situation occurred in other places as well. The light pillars that had disappeared earlier appeared again. The waiting crowd was very surprised. The craftsman ancestor looked at the reappearing pillars of light and said, "It seems like this is an unrestricted inheritance. I can comprehend it multiple times." When the others heard this, they all understood what the craftsman ancestor meant, and they all revealed excited expressions. Without a doubt, this place was very important to the Life Stars because it was a powerful land of inheritance. Moreover, it was a land of inheritance that would never disappear. The dowry that the 9th heavenly god had given to Zi Chen was truly extraordinary. After that, everyone nodded at Yi Qian and disappeared into the light pillar. Of course, they didn't go everywhere. For example, no one entered the pillar of light where Monk disappeared. Yi Qian was the only one left. She stood there in a daze. Zi Chen, who had comprehended the spatial rending kill, clearly saw the changes in the spatial rending kill this time. It was a technique that used space as a foundation and could be used in an instant. It was as if one space had turned into two spaces in an instant. In this way, the existence in that space would naturally be separated into two by the isolation of the space. In addition to the comprehension of space, one had to have a very deep understanding of the rules. After all, only by comprehending the rules could one better control space. And this was something that Zi Chen didn't need. He only needed to know the principle of the spatial rending kill. This was because he had a world. That world could connect with the divine world and create the spatial rending kill in an instant. He quickly comprehended this technique and left. When he reappeared, he was surprised to see that only Yi Qian was around. "Where are the others?" Zi Chen asked. "They all went in," Yi Qian said. Zi Chen turned around and saw the pillars of light descending again. He was surprised. Then, he thought of something and was shocked. In order to verify his guess, he entered the land of inheritance again and saw the spatial rending kill inheritance again. This inheritance hadn't disappeared. It could still be passed down. His figure appeared, and his face was full of shock. To the cultivators of the Life Stars, this was a true treasure. A priceless treasure. It directly affected whether the Life Star could rise or not. "It seems that we have to come here often in the future," Zi Chen said, looking at the pillars of light in front of him. Yi Qian nodded. Obviously, she had no objection. At this moment, both she and Zi Chen could see the ninth heavenly god's intention. If he put the entrance to such a place in Yi Qian's mansion, then Yi Qian would definitely come back often. It should be the ninth heavenly god's intention to come back often. Otherwise, he could put this entrance anywhere. Aren't you from the Thunder Clan? There's still the Thunder Clan's inheritance here. I just saw the Thunderclap ninth heaven. It seems to be much stronger than the one you used. Don't you want to go and have a look? Yi Qian looked at Zi Chen, puzzled. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "Not now." Then, he walked forward. The Nine Supremes' weapon of heaven and earth was still there. So, he grabbed the long spear. A powerful aura was released from the long spear. Although Zi Chen knew how to use the spear, he didn't expect to get this weapon. In the entire Lifestar, there were only 9 such weapons. He already had the saber and the wings. He had 2 of the 9. How could he expect to get more? Yi Qian looked at Zi Chen in front of her, a sweet smile on her face. The reason why he didn't learn the ThunderClan's techniques was because he saw that she was lonely here. Let's go and see those ancestral tablets. Zi Chen turned around to look at Yi Qian. She naturally had no objection and nodded. Opening the world, Zi Chen and Yi Qian returned to this place. The ancestral tablets given by the ninth heavenly god were all in one place. There were more than 20 of them. At that time, he didn't count them carefully. Now, he could count them. He found that there were 3 tablets of the Saber Ancestor. Adding the original one, there were 8 tablets. In this way, the Saber Ancestor's tablet was only 1 piece away from being completed, and he would be able to reach the Divine King realm. There were 3 tablets of the Winged Ancestor. Adding the original one, there were 4 tablets. After that, Zi Chen saw the Spear Ancestor's tablet. There were a total of 5 tablets. At the same time, Zi Chen also saw the Piercing Ancestor tablet, which was used together with the Mother-Sun stab. If he hadn't seen the battle that year, Zi Chen wouldn't have known that there were so many weapons of the same grade as the saber in this world. During this time, Zi Chen used the power of rules to divide the ancestral tablets into categories for everyone to learn. There were 6 tablets of the Shield Ancestor. This was a big harvest. After all, each layer of shield intent would strengthen one's defense. Among them, Zi Chen had many tablets to learn. He wanted to learn the saber, shield, and wings. Therefore, light flashed on Zi Chen's body, and 3 doppelgangers appeared. One of them was the golden body, and the other 2 were the yin and yang doppelgangers. After the 3 doppelgangers appeared, they each went to an ancestral tablet to learn. The doppelgangers' learning was the same as Zi Chen's real body. Unfortunately, the god doppelgangers couldn't learn. It was a pity. Learning a battle skill wasn't something that could be done in a day or 2. Moreover, there were so many inheritances here. Zi Chen saw that everyone seemed to want to learn all the battle skills. The amount of time that would take was simply immeasurable. It might take a few decades, or 100 years, or even longer. Therefore, Zi Chen decided to leave with Yi Qian first. After all, Yi Qian still had a city to manage, and there were other people in that city. Without their help, those people in the city couldn't hope to gain anything. After discussing with Yi Qian, the 2 walked toward the exit of this world. The 2 quickly returned to the goddess mansion. Along the way, many maids were very happy to see Yi Qian. These maids were basically in the false god realm, and they weren't even divine envoys. Along the way, a maid who looked like a housekeeper asked, "Goddess, won't you stay in the mansion for a few days?" "No." After leaving the goddess mansion, Yi Qian walked toward the teleportation array. Zi Chen said, "Isn't it impolite to walk like this?" Yi Qian looked back at him. "No matter what, we should greet the god before leaving," Zi Chen said. "All right then." Yi Qian nodded. Therefore, the 2 turned and walked toward the god mansion. There was no need to report, so the 2 went directly to the god mansion. In the hall, Zi Chen saw the god mansion again. This time, he wasn't as nervous as before. "Are you satisfied?" The god mansion waved his hand, indicating for Zi Chen to sit down. "Very satisfied. Thank you, god mansion." Chen thanked the god mansion before sitting down. The others are still learning the battle skills. The two of us have to return to the 10th domain first, Chen said. Leaving so soon? The god mansion was surprised. Chen said, I'm worried that something will happen there. The two of us want to go back early to take a look. That's good too. The god mansion nodded and said, as for the 10th domain, there's nothing I can help you with. If you want someone, just tell me. If you don't want to stay there, just come back. The 9th domain isn't smaller than the 10th domain in terms of size. Moreover, there are many resources and opportunities. If Chen wants to, we'll move the city back, Chen nodded and said. Chen and Chen didn't stay for too long. The two of them had just left when the housekeeper came in. The god mansion smiled and said, see, it's quite effective. At least she's polite now. If it was any other time, she would have just left. Why would she come and greet you? The housekeeper laughed. After leaving the god mansion, the two of them took the teleportation array and began to teleport between cities. The advantage of following the goddess was that they could use the teleportation array first. Moreover, they didn't have to pay any fees. Although the fees for one teleportation weren't much, the two of them had to teleport continuously and even cross domains. It was not a small fee. After teleporting again and again, they finally arrived at the last city. It was the city where Chi Wei was. At this point, the two of them had to fly. However, just as they arrived, Chen was surprised to find that the city was more lively than before. There were many people gathered in the city. Moreover, most of them were existences above level 4. Chapter 2675. Chen and Chen were surprised to see so many people here, and their cultivation levels weren't low either. Looking at the city, it was obvious that it hadn't expanded much. So what were so many powerhouses doing here? The divine envoys didn't linger for long. They immediately flew out of the city. They looked very excited, as if they'd encountered something good. Could it be that a broodmother has appeared? Chen thought to himself as he followed the others out. If there really was such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't want to miss it. As they flew forward, Chen could hear the enthusiastic discussions of the crowd, but he couldn't understand what they were talking about. Since he didn't know what was going on, he flew to the front and stopped in front of a 4th-level divine envoy and asked, "Friend, since you are so excited, may I know what is going on here?" The other party turned his head and saw Chen. He originally wanted to mock him, but when he sensed the aura surging from Chen's body, his expression changed slightly. The anger on his face promptly transformed into a smile as he said, "Didn't you hear? An inheritance has appeared here." An inheritance? Chen was startled. Yes. The inheritance of the god realm's heavenly god, Zeus heavenly god. Oh, is that so? Where is the inheritance? Chen asked again, but in his heart, he had a bad feeling. It's said to be in the hands of a divine envoy, and that divine envoy is hiding in the depths of the city. That's where we're heading. The 4th-rank divine envoy said as they moved forward. Actually, we're too late. The news spread long ago. It's said that God King Sandro's subordinates have already sent people to investigate. God King Sandro? That's right. He's one of the rulers of the 10th domain. He was once Zeus heavenly god's adopted son, and has been inquiring about Zeus heavenly god's inheritance. It is said that after Zeus heavenly god died, he left behind a heavenly god city as well as a land of inheritance. In that land of inheritance, not only are there many divine abilities and heavenly god skills of Zeus heavenly god, there are also many cultivation resources. Chen's bad feeling grew stronger and stronger. If he wasn't wrong, then these people's target was Chen's city. They had come for his divine clone. As for why the news was leaked, there were too many possibilities. It could have come from Ya Wei, Ben Senlu, Xin Lin, and Kai Meng. Because these people either had enmity with him or were at odds with Chen. But they probably didn't know that it was an avatar of a god. No matter what, these people did not come with good intentions. However, Chen's city was a 9th-rank general city. Its quality was extremely high. It was clearly impossible for ordinary people to break through it. Therefore, Zi Chen and Yi Chen followed these groups and moved forward, not deliberately increasing their speed. Outside Yi Chen's general city, there was a circle of god envoys. They surrounded the city layer by layer and then continuously attacked the Great City Protecting Array. One attack after another landed on the Great City Protecting Array, creating ripples after ripples. Through the light barrier, these people could still see the terrified expressions of those existences in the divine city. In the distance, Ben Senlu, Ya Wei, Sina, and the others were there. But this time, they weren't the main characters. The real main characters were at the front. Kaimeng, are you sure that guy is in the city and didn't leave with Yi Chen? Sina asked while looking at the dimming light barrier. Of course I'm sure. At that time, I only saw Zi Chen and Yi Chen. The others are definitely here, Kaimeng said very confidently, but I didn't expect that these guys would be so patient and not come out after so long. But this is also good. This city will soon be broken through by Saman. The one commanding the divine envoys to attack the city was called Saman. He himself was an 8th level divine envoy. Beside him were 2 8th level divine envoys. Apart from a few 7th level divine envoys, the rest were 6th level divine envoys. There were many of them. This time, there were even more people than Ben Senlu had brought last time. This was attributed to Saman's status in the 10th domain. As a domain that even the 9 great gods didn't care about, there were naturally many experts who wanted to come here to establish their own forces and become an overlord. In addition, this was a domain that Zeus Empyrean God had once ruled. Back then, Zeus Empyrean God's forces were all here. Saman's backer was a powerful god king. This god king was called Sandro, and he was Zeus Empyrean God's adopted son. Sandro was naturally an extraordinary person. But apart from his battle prowess, he was also extraordinary for his courage. He was the only one who had ever killed a god's son, and it was Zeus Empyrean God's child. Of course, this was after Zeus Empyrean God had died. It was said that he had wanted to obtain Zeus Empyrean God's inheritance. And after so many years, God King Sandro had never given up on searching. He had either killed or captured the child left behind by Zeus Empyrean God, but he still hadn't found any clues. This time, when Saman heard about the appearance of the God-binding hand, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to curry favor with the God King. He immediately reported it to the God King, and then he led his men out. As for why Sandro didn't come personally, it was naturally because the master of this city wasn't ordinary. If he directly came here to snatch the goddess, it would be bad if he angered the heavenly gods. Even if the heavenly gods didn't mind, there were other god kings under them. If they learned that a goddess was being bullied, they naturally wouldn't let him go. But sending Saman was different. The difference in their realms wasn't great. Even if there was a conflict, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, even Ben Senlu, who was said to be the most favored by the heavenly gods, had suffered quite a few losses in the god realm. For example, last time, Ben Senlu had suffered heavy losses. Almost all of his subordinates had died, and the second heavenly god had come, but he hadn't said anything. In a battle of equal realms, if one's skills were inferior, there was naturally nothing to say. But if they used their realms to suppress one's opponent, it wouldn't be justifiable. Everyone, hurry up. Once this city is breached, let's see where they can hide. Saman commanded while shouting down below. Once this city is breached, it will be your time to die. If you know what's good for you, hand over that guy with the god-trapping hand. In the god city, everyone was frightened, but they didn't respond. When Zi Chen and Yi Chen returned, they just happened to see the city's light barrier being besieged. Its light was getting dimmer and dimmer, as if it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. They didn't know how long the attack had been going on. Look, it's over there. The 4th level divine envoy pointed ahead and said to Zi Chen. But when he turned around, he couldn't see Zi Chen's figure. Stop! Zi Chen shouted loudly. Pulling Yi Chen, he rushed forward with extreme speed. He released his aura. Wherever he passed, everyone would move out of his way. In the blink of an eye, he was in the air above the city's light barrier, standing in the center of everyone. It's Zi Chen and the goddess. Seeing Zi Chen appear, the city erupted into cheers. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yi Qian stood beside Zi Chen. She formed a seal with her hands and slapped down on the light barrier below. 2 rays of divine light poured into the light barrier one after another. In the next moment, the dim light barrier released an intense light. At the same time, the city's array was reactivated. It began to absorb energy from the earth and from all directions. The Great City Barrier Array was once again at its strongest. This time, it was indestructible. Not to mention that these people were divine envoys, even divine generals might not be able to break through. Who are you? Yi Qian's gaze swept across everyone and finally fell on Salmon. Zi Chen looked outside. He saw Ben Senlu, Yang Wei, Kai Meng, and Xin Lin. You're the owner of this city, right? My name is Salmon. This time, I'm here to ask for a person, the guy who can use the trapping divine hand. Salmon looked at Yi Qian and said, if you know what's good for you, hand him over. Otherwise, all of you will die. At this moment, Zi Chen's eyes met Kai Meng's. He obviously didn't believe that this matter had nothing to do with them. When they saw Zi Chen, they sneered at him. In the previous battle, Zi Chen's group could barely kill a level 8 expert. This time, however, there were 3 level 8s. In addition, there were level 7 experts. Even if all of them appeared, they wouldn't be a match for Salmon's team. In Yang Wei's estimation, those people from the Lifestar were most likely not in the Divine City. Although the sudden return of Yi Qian and Zi Chen was unexpected, he didn't think that the 2 of them had the ability to break through the situation. Mph, why should I hand him over to you? Yi Qian said coldly. Why? Because your puny lives are in my hands. Salmon looked at Yi Qian and said coldly, let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, hand him over. Otherwise, you can only scram out of here alone. You've gone too far, Zi Chen said, his voice cold. Kid, where did you come from? What qualifications do you have to speak in front of your lord Salmon? Salmon said disdainfully. Zi Chen didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand and slapped the void under his feet. Following the descent of that palm strike, an enormous power appeared all around him. This power turned into a circle and formed a powerful shockwave, which directly shook the surrounding oracles and sent them flying. Sending a circle of people flying in just a blink of an eye was naturally shocking. Screams came from afar. This is just a lesson. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, Zi Chen said coldly. Impolite? Are you trying to scare your lord Salmon? Let me tell you, if you don't hand him over today, except for the goddess, all of you will die. Salmon waved his hand and said, kill him, you're courting death. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. His right hand slapped the void again, and at the same time, he shouted, Space Rend. Chapter 2676. A powerful force emerged from Zi Chen's body. At this moment, Zi Chen used his own world's power of rules and space energy to forcefully merge with the space of the God world. This merging was unsuccessful. Hence, under the backlash of the God world's rules, the space was forcefully separated, forming a black crack. This crack was the space-rending kill. As the name suggested, it meant tearing space apart to kill. It was different from the space-rending kill, but it was more powerful. The circular crack, with Zi Chen's mind as the starting point, appeared in front of everyone and quickly passed by. Kai. The space was forcefully torn apart. Everyone within the range of the space had their bodies cut open. This included the level 7s and the 3 level 8s led by Salmon, not to mention the level 6s. Puff. In an instant, God's blood splattered. The bodies of the God's messengers were forcefully cut open. When the God's messengers saw this, their faces were filled with horror. At this moment, they even forgot to exclaim. The black crack spread forward and dissipated 10 meters away. Then, the space healed and returned to normal. After the black crack disappeared, some of the God's messengers who were cut open reassembled their bodies. Their faces were pale as if they were severely injured. Some of them fell to the ground and lost their vitality. Dead. Almost all the level 6s were killed. The ones who survived were the level 7s and the 3 level 8s. It really is the space-rending kill. Below, Shadowless saw this scene and was filled with emotions. In a trance, he seemed to see the figure of the space-rending kill. It was this existence that became the faith of the human race. When Zichen and Yi Qian returned, he would definitely follow them. No one would be able to see him even if he stayed there. You're courting death. After his body was reassembled, Salman saw that almost all the level 6s were dead. His face was filled with anger and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Zichen said coldly, "I warned you, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being cruel." After saying this, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. His left hand held a sheathed long saber. Swoosh! With a flash of lightning, he disappeared from where he was and charged toward a level 7 warrior. The level 7 expert's body had just reformed, and before he could understand what was happening, Zichen was already in front of him. He shouted and used the fleetfoot stride to retreat. At the same time, his body was surrounded by divine light. This divine light formed a large bell that enveloped his body. This was the Armageddon divine bell. It could be used for both offense and defense. Dang! The sound of the bell reverberated, emitting a powerful destructive force. Zichen followed closely behind him, unsheathing the saber in his hand. A saber light that contained the heaven-defying power of yin and yang, along with 3 saber intents, went straight for the level 7 expert. During this time, the power of the divine bell did not have any effect on him. The divine bell defense on level 7's body flashed and was cut open by the blade. Then, the blade quickly swept past his neck. Pu. The level 7 expert's head flew high into the air. In the distance, when Kai Meng and the rest saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. This kind of battle strength was a little too strong. Damn it, he's still so strong. Ye Wei's expression became very ugly. There was no doubt that after Zichen's identity was exposed, he could no longer hold back, and the means he could use were stronger. The vitality of the beheaded level 7 divine emissary dissipated in an instant. Go to hell! Salman finally reacted and rushed toward Zichen with the other 2 level 8 experts. The 3 of them were like 3 bolts of lightning, and their powerful auras surged. The pressure belonging to level 8 experts raged toward Zichen from all directions. On Zichen's body, the light of yin and yang flickered. He had directly used 2 extreme powers, and the blade in his hand swept past another level 7 expert. Pu. The level 7 expert's body was cut in half at the waist without any accident. The second level 7 expert died. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. During this time, the 3 level 8 experts arrived and launched their attacks. Powerful divine energy wreaked havoc, but they were unable to hit Zichen. They could only slash through the light and shadow. Zichen's body had already reached another place, where a level 7 divine emissary was fleeing. This was a very shocking scene. A level 7 expert was actually fleeing in fear when facing a level 6 expert. Get lost! The level 7 expert roared, and the light of energy on his body surged. He suddenly turned around, and a terrifying fist appeared in the air, striking towards Zichen. Armageddon divine fist. At this moment, the nearby people all felt the power and terror of the fist from the fist. Their expressions all changed. Pu. The blade in Zichen's hand swept past, and the divine fist's aura was instantly extinguished. At the same time, the divine fist was split into 2, and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the blade in Zichen's hand didn't slow down, and directly swept past the level 7 expert's body. The third level 7 expert was killed. When the spectators saw this scene, they were shocked. Sina and the others were even more so. Ye Wei retreated, and at the same time, signaled for everyone to quickly retreat. This time, Salman was careless. He's definitely going to suffer. We have to leave. Ye Wei said. Salman is going to suffer. Although they had already seen how powerful Zichen was, they still couldn't believe it when they heard Ye Wei's words. Salman had brought a large group of people, and there were many experts among them. His opponent was only Zichen, and yet he was still at a disadvantage. Who would believe this if they heard it? At this moment, the 4th level 7 expert died. As level 6 experts, their faces were filled with fear. "Kid, let's see where you can run to." At this moment, Salmon, who had been unable to attack Zichen for a long time, turned to attack Yi Chen. The 3 level 8 experts naturally had no problem dealing with a level 6 expert like Yi Chen. "You're courting death." Zichen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The lightning wings on his back flapped, and he flew towards Salmon. At this moment, he pushed his speed to the limit. He was like a meteor, bringing with him a great momentum. The corner of Salmon's mouth curled into a sneer. He turned around and formed a seal with both hands. A huge palm fell from the sky and slapped towards Zichen. This was the palm of annihilation. It covered a space. It sounded very domineering, but it was the most common attack in the divine world. It was a divine skill exclusive to divine envoys. However, when it was used by a level 8 expert, it was naturally very powerful. With Zichen's current speed, he would be hit by the palm of annihilation before he could reach Salmon. When a level 8 expert hit a level 6, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, Zichen didn't seem to care. He continued to rush forward without stopping. Salmon, who had turned around, didn't notice that another figure had appeared beside Yi Chen. When he appeared, he also formed a seal, and divine energy surged. This figure was Zichen's divine avatar. He was also everyone's target. God-trapping hand. Salmon heard a low growl. He turned his head and saw a palm glowing with divine light. In an instant, it had trapped one of the level 8 experts. Facing the God-trapping hand, the level 8 expert couldn't react in time. At the same time, Zichen, who was supposed to be hit by the palm of annihilation, suddenly disappeared into thin air. Boom! The palm of annihilation didn't hit Zichen. It fell from the sky and landed on the ground. A huge palm print appeared on the ground, and within the palm print, destructive energy was raging. However, where did Zichen go? Salmon turned around again and looked at the level 8 divine envoy trapped by the God-trapping hand. His pupils suddenly shrank, and for the first time, his face revealed a look of horror. The level 8 divine envoy was now headless. Blood was gushing out from his neck. His life force was rapidly fading away. Dead. A level 8 expert was dead. Previously, when Salmon saw Zichen's massacre, he was only angry. However, at that moment, he was filled with fear. He was extremely frightened. His body began to involuntarily retreat. "Run!" He woke up from his shock and shouted. He immediately pointed at his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. A bloody light shrouded his body. When the bloody light dispersed, Salmon had already disappeared. Without a doubt, he was the first to escape, and he used a secret technique to do so. At the same time, in the distance, after seeing Zichen kill a level 8 expert with a single slash, Ya Wei and the others also fled without hesitation. Kai Meng and the others, who were still hesitating, turned pale and ran with Ya Wei. They knew very well that Zichen wouldn't let them go. Perhaps he wouldn't dare to kill them, but he would inevitably humiliate them. For these children of God, humiliation was equivalent to death. In the blink of an eye, the people that Salmon had brought with him had all fled. The second level 8 expert also ran away. Previously, when Zichen killed a group of level 6 divine envoys with a single slash, they weren't intimidated. Killing a level 7 expert with a single slash wasn't enough to scare them. However, after cooperating with his doppelganger to kill a level 8 expert with a single slash, they all ran away. In the distance, those who wanted to come here to look for opportunities also retreated. Especially when they met Zichen's gaze, they all retreated even faster. Among them, the one who was the most shocked was the level 4 expert who had answered Zichen's question earlier. They had come here together and initially thought that the other party was also here for an opportunity. Who would have thought that the other party was actually from this city and was actually so powerful? In the entire divine realm, level 6 and level 7 experts were all city lords. However, in front of him, they were easily slaughtered. The battle was over and everyone ran away. Toby and the others walked out of the divine city and began to clean up the battlefield. These dead existences would quickly turn into pure divine crystals, and the quality would be extremely high. How long have they been here? Zichen looked at everyone and asked. A few days. After arriving here, they kept attacking. Zichen nodded his head. Perhaps Kai Meng had purposely spread the news after they met. Of course, this was only his guess. However, since the other party had run away today, it was clear that they wouldn't give up so easily. Soon, more people would come. Level 9 experts were for sure, but he didn't know if there would be stronger ones. Zichen returned to the city. Next, he discussed with Shadowless that it was time to find more mother nests. Chapter 2677. A genius remembers love in 1 second go. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Although Monk and the others had not returned, Zichen had his own world. In addition, he did not need to deliberately hide his identity. His combat power was definitely not comparable to those of the same level. In addition, he had mastered an extraordinary killing skill like the spatial rending slash. He could fight an army alone. Are you going now? Shadowless was very clear about his combat power, so he was not worried. The sooner the better, Zichen said. I'll go with you, Yi Chen said. You should stay. I'll be back soon. With you here, no one can break into this city. Even if they come back soon, they can't do anything to this place, Zichen said after thinking for a while. Okay then. Yi Chen nodded. She never refused Zichen's request. Zichen, who had just returned to the city, set off again, heading to the depths of this world. Shadowless followed him, guiding him in the direction of the mother nest. After teleporting for thousands of miles, he appeared. There were more creatures from the other spacetime here, and they were also stronger, reaching level 3. After a few more teleportations, after tens of thousands of miles, Zichen and Shadowless appeared. As soon as he appeared, the creatures from the other spacetime surrounded him. You should determine the direction first. As Zichen said, the energy on his body fluctuated, forming a powerful wave. Under this wave, all the creatures from the other spacetime were sent flying by Zichen. However, there were too many creatures from the other spacetime around. After one was sent flying, another would soon appear. Therefore, Zichen did not hold back. The energy on his body fluctuated, and a crack appeared out of thin air, extending in all directions. The crack extended for more than 20 meters. Within a radius of dozens of meters, all the creatures from the other spacetime were cut open and died in an instant. Using the spatial rending slash in this situation was a complete massacre, and it was a large-scale one. In this way, as long as Zichen stood here, no matter how many creatures from the other spacetime came, they would all die. Wang. The spatial rending slash continued to kill, and the creatures from the other spacetime kept dying in droves. During this time, the corpses of the creatures from the alternate spacetime were all kept by Zichen. These items could all be exchanged for resources in the God realm. Furthermore, they were all extremely valuable existences. Found it. After Zichen killed a few batches, he finally heard Shadowless' voice. A few thousand miles from here, I'll find the restriction. Go. Zichen said, leading him forward. In order to better identify the surroundings, he did not choose to teleport, but flew forward. When he moved forward again, he did not choose to kill. Instead, he chose to shake off the creatures from another dimension around him. It's there. After a few thousand miles, Shadowless pointed at a mountain and said, it's under the mountain. At this moment, there were not many creatures from another dimension at the foot of the mountain. After Zichen landed smoothly, he scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and did not find anything unusual. Go in from here. Shadowless led the way and disappeared into a stone wall. Zichen followed closely behind him and walked up the stairs. The moment he got close to the stone wall, ripples appeared on the stone wall, and he entered the ripples. During this period, the creatures from another dimension saw him disappear, but they did not chase after him. After entering the stone wall, Zichen saw a world of strange rocks. In this world, there were hundreds of creatures from another dimension. Their realms were higher than those from the other dimensions, and they were all level 4. Wang. There were no mother nests on this level, only these creatures from another dimension. Zichen immediately used the spatial rending slash to kill all the level 4 creatures around him. After that, He collected the corpses and continued to follow Shadowless. Mother nests were born to control the rules and knew many concealment restrictions. If one did not have extraordinary means, it was almost impossible to find them. At this moment, Zi-Chen's spiritual sense could scan the entire place, but he could not find any abnormalities at all. Love go little say W, Chu Shadowless walked in front, familiar with the path. He was invisible, and no one could see him, but at the same time, nothing could blind his eyes. Because he was such an existence, the world did not tolerate him. Only the special Zi-Chen could see him. It's here. Shadowless walked to a large rock and pointed ahead. The creatures from another dimension are all level 5. You have to be careful. Zi-Chen nodded slightly and followed in. Wang. As soon as his figure appeared, a spatial crack swept forward and killed all of the level 5 spacetimes. When the crack passed by, Shadowless was not affected at all. The crack went straight through his body. These are the mother nest's guards, and there is a limit to the number of them. For example, once the number of level 5 creatures here reaches a certain number, the previous level 5 will leave and walk out. If you can monitor the entire world, then it's easy to find the mother nest's hiding place. Because in the territory of a creature from another dimension, if a stronger existence suddenly appears at an inopportune time, then the place where it appears will be the mother nest's hiding place. Shadowless made it sound simple, but who in the entire realm of gods could do that? There were hundreds of level 5 guards, and they were much stronger than the one they met before. Shadowless continued. We'll meet a level 6 creature soon. That's also the mother nest's realm. Once again, Zi-Chen encountered more than 20 level 6 creatures from the otherworldly dimension, and he was able to easily kill them without any mishaps. Shadowless led Zi-Chen to the next area, where the mother nest was supposed to be hiding. However, Shadowless did not see the mother nest. Instead, he saw 5 level 7 creatures from another dimension. Breakthrough, the mother nest has broken through. Shadowless was slightly taken aback when he first saw the 7 creatures from another dimension, but he quickly yelled out in excitement. When Zi-Chen heard this, a smile appeared on his face. If this mother nest was really at level 7, then he would be able to break through by another level. To Zi-Chen, these 7th grade powerhouses were of no threat at all. With a slash of his sword, he killed all 5 level 5 creatures. This was his powerful battle prowess. If it was someone else, they would not be able to break in without a large team of experts. Zi-Chen, come quickly. The mother nest has sensed something strange. Prepare to escape. Shadowless' voice came from the depths. Zi-Chen did not say anything and immediately chased after him. He entered another space and saw a huge mother nest. This mother nest was glowing, and the power of laws was surging. The mother nest had escaped like this last time. Clearly, it had many tricks up its sleeves. Wang. Zi-Chen immediately opened his world, and the power of the world descended from the sky, suppressing the mother nest. At the same time, a soul energy rushed out from his sea of consciousness. This energy swept past the mother nest and penetrated its layers of defense, entering its body and destroying its soul. The light on the mother nest disappeared, and it let out a hiss before collapsing to the ground. Then, Zi-Chen saw the insect eggs all over the ground. Once these eggs hatched, they would become powerful creatures from another dimension. Unfortunately, he could not control them and use them. He opened his world, and a devouring force was produced. The mother nest and the insect eggs were sucked into his world. It had not even been a day since they left the city, and Zi-Chen had already collected a level 7 mother nest. If news of his efficiency spread, it would definitely cause an uproar. Should we go back? Shadowless looked at Zi-Chen when they came out. No, we still have a lot of time. Let's find more. Once we have enough, we can cultivate in the city. Zi-Chen said. Shadowless found a few mother nests last time, and now he only found one. After the 2 came out, they continued to go deeper. During this time, it was more time-consuming to find the correct path. After all, Zi-Chen had repeatedly used teleportation. Other than that, everything else went smoothly. On the 2nd day, they finally found the right direction and easily killed their way to this mother nest. This mother nest did not evolve and was still at level 6. After collecting this mother nest, The two continued to look for the third one. This time, they found another one at level 6. In just a few days, they obtained 3 mother nests, and one of them was at level 7. While moving towards the 4th mother nest, Zichen said, "Shadowless, didn't you say you found a level 8 mother nest last time? Let's go there and take a look." Shadowless had witnessed Zichen's massacre last time. With the help of his doppelganger, he killed a level 8 expert with a single slash. However, after hearing Zichen's words, his expression couldn't help but become serious. That level 8 mother nest is very close to the depths. Moreover, that mother nest has already taken shape. There are many guards nearby. I'm afraid that you will be in danger if you go recklessly. Zichen said, "I have the protection of my world. There shouldn't be any danger, right? The world is not omnipotent, right?" Shadowless said worriedly, "Did you forget that last time, there was an existence that sensed your world? It was a tall figure, half human, half beast. He held a spiked club in his hand. When the Zichen world was hidden, he found the direction of the other world. That's just an exception, right?" Zichen said, "Let's just go there and take a look. If there's no other way, we can just run. I believe that as long as we run, no one can be faster than me. Okay then, there's a level 6 mother nest along the way. We'll take it." Along the way, Zichen had harvested several mother nests in just a few days. It could be said that his harvest was not small. This level 6 mother nest was also very successful. Then, the two walked towards the level 8 mother nest. Shadowless remembered the location of the level 8 mother nest very clearly. After a few teleportations, they arrived at the gathering place of level 5 creatures from another dimension. Because it was level 5, there were not many creatures from another dimension. However, this was only compared to other levels. But at a glance, there were still level 5 creatures everywhere. Even level 7 or 8 oracles would not dare to come here casually. Facing a group of level 5 creatures, they would definitely die from exhaustion. "The entrance is there." Shadowless pointed ahead.